So let me check the YouTube actually goes live. We are live on YouTube. Hello YouTube. Sorry, I just did my intro without clicking the on button, but TLDR. Welcome. We've got 9 best of 3s coming up. Starting with Shin versus Lambo. So this is actually really important one for the group because Lambo is theoretically still alive, especially if he beats Shin. Whatever match score he beats Shin on, he has the chance to advance. I mean, if he goes 2-0, he's 0-0. 2-0 is much better for Lambo because then he doesn't have to worry about the scoreline against Cure. So it's a big match as the TLDR of it. There's a lot on the line here and a lot that can change, a lot that can happen. As we head down to the bottom right corner of the map to start things off with our blue Zerg player. This is going to be Mr. Lambo. And in the top left, our orange Zerg is going to be Shin. Alrighty. Let's get into the ZVZ and see what happens. We get a hatch and a couple drones on the way, nothing too wild in the first few moments. Hatch in the pool coming down from Lambo, so he's going to go into that pool early, not a gas. Now I'm going to take the gas from Shin, and you can just see his work count's a little bit higher on the initial setup here as well, so a little bit difference in the builds early. We'll give Shin obviously that earlier gas and earlier link speed. The earlier ability to move around. We'll see if Lambo wants to play this as like a gasless style completely and kind of just completely bypass that initial phase of the game where you play the link speed and so you just try and play straight to the roaches. That's going to make you a lot slower in certain regards as well. So yeah, it's definitely going to make things a bit funky too. Let's just have the Overlord moving about, taking a few moments. And getting settled. Overlord coming about, a few drones on the way through, a couple queens coming over as well. The Overlord of Lambo making its way to the upper left side. We're just taking it peaceful, and Lambo did end up taking this gas, so he's not going to play gasless. But we'll play with the later link speed. Could still play into like a fast lair or something too, potentially, and still go no link speed and kind of play defense on 2 bases. Whatever you do here, taking the third hatchery is going to be difficult because you're going to be later on the link speed, so your lings are slow no matter what, is what it comes down to. So no matter what, your lings are going to be slower, and hence are typically going to be seen as worse, so this is going to make it a whole lot more difficult. You can just push the Overlord out the front, through the center. Again, link speed drones and the Overlord coming up. The lair is on the way from Lambo. Couple of drones, the Overlord and the Queen coming through as well. Overlord still moving about. A couple of lings will move across. Again, these couple of lings go back the other direction for a few moments. The lings moving back over. Again, extra drones, the Evo Chamber and company all coming through right now. You're going to be seeing the lings trying to get a grab on the creep teammate, able to get that. The other queen's going to be there. Lings getting turned the other direction. And again, lair coming up, roach run on the way, a couple of drones, and the Overlord still building through. We have this extractor going to come down over on this right side of the main. So, kind of like I said, Lambo is going to take that gas, but he's just going to go 2-base lair. Because if you take the gas so late, it's so difficult to justify playing anything that kind of takes the third hatchery. So you pretty much are forced into like a 2-base lair in this scenario. Unless, like, it's because, like I said, just late link speed doesn't do anything really for you. I mean, you get the scout here as Shin. The only thing that this is nice for is confirming that the lair timing gives you a bit of information, for example. So, we will see. I did full replays today. Nope. In this first match, and basically the first 2 matches, the matches that were meant to be played the other day by Lambo, that got delayed because of his internet issues, they are replays because they played over the weekend. Everything else today is live. So first 2 matches replays, everything else live. It's the I mean we were meant to just start in an hour, but because I already had the Lambo replays, it made sense just to go live early and cover these. to start us off with instead. So, yeah. We'll obviously hanging about. Overlord on the right, Overlord over on the left. Again, +1 missiles and the Roach Speed all coming up. Take a few moments. The Roach is coming through. And again, the hatchery coming around. Extra drones in production as well. What's up, girls? Papa, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 46-month resub. Appreciate you. How's that Overlord and a few Roaches still just gathering at the front again. Roach Speed coming about. The +1 missiles is on the way. You can get a bunch of additional Roaches coming through. Extra Roaches on both sides of the map. Let me just get this started. Do we know the winners of these games? Nope. No one knows the winners of these games. These are not replays in the sense of they were already played and we're casting them back. These are replays in the sense of they played away from any stream and anything. This is the first time they're being shown to anybody. Yeah, they're just replays because Lambo had to reschedule for the internet issues, and I'm not going to try and force the guys to be here and play live when it may interact with the other group as well and stuff like that. So, yeah, this is literally just replays because of a rescheduling scenario. Usually if we're doing replays in the sense of like these games have been casted and seen elsewhere, we put replays in the title. Like when I do some Maestros of the Game stuff later this week or next week, we'll put, you know, Maestros of the Game replays in the title because then it is more like a replay. This is still kind of the live version of this game for everybody, apart from the 2 players that played in it, of course. As the Roaches gather together, a bunch of Roach Ravage from Shin heading down to the bottom right side. We're now going to have +2 missiles, +1 carapace all coming through, and those Roaches will split. We're now going to see the Roaches here ready to meet this, as we're going to run on through. A couple of Ravager Battles coming down, a little dodge already coming into play, and this Roach Ravager force continues to attack on into this position. Good supply from Shin, has a lot of stuff, especially having Ravager in this scenario. Of course, Lambo, if he defends, the follow-up is really nice for him. You can already see +2 missiles, +1 carapace is going to be like a really nice little bonus, so you know, those upgrades are invested into. They will come into play eventually, but they're just not here yet, and that's the issue he's having. Now, with a few reinforcements popping out, obviously you've got the disadvantage here as Shin of being the attacker, so your reinforcements are further out. So Lambo gets a moment to push him away, and that's the balancing act we're going to be playing here. As Lambo pushes him back, can he buy himself enough time for these upgrades to finish, and can they be influential enough to make up on the army supply difference? Well, Shin falls all the way back. Does not build any drones, just purely Roaches. He actually has a worker lead, so that's fine. But the problem is now he's going to be fighting an uphill battle, and now he actually does build drones, which, okay, I mean, I feel like if we're going to build drones, would it not have been better to build them straight away? Maybe not, because then you wouldn't have this shove, but this shove I don't think is going to have enough supply in it to really be that impactful. Especially with +2 missiles, you know, not far away. Lambo has Ravagers, he can extend this fight a little while to make sure his +2 is a part of it. And with that upgrade lead, I just don't think you can commit through here, Shin, so I think Lambo is going to find himself a defense in these early stages. I think he is going to get himself into this next phase of the game and be looking very comfortable. As the Roach Ravager gathers back to the upper left, 8 more Roaches coming through. The Overlord in production. We're going to have an army of Lambo starting to step through at the center of the map as well. A couple extra Roaches joining us as well. Corrosive Bals do not get a kill. We only have 3 Ravagers, not enough to kill an Overlord. I think Lambo, okay, I mean, it's interesting because Lambo's now being aggressive. He never built drones himself, so while he has the massive upgrade lead, he is doing this with way less economy, and obviously now his reinforcements will take longer to join in. Will a full set of upgrades be enough for him here, or is this banking a little bit too much on those upgrades? It's a great set of questions, and one way to find out is looking as though Shin is kind of just getting enough numbers to push this back. The upgrades have not been enough here, and Lambo is going to regret this choice, obviously. It's after seeing it, in fact, he's going to regret it so much, it's going to be GG. So he commits to that, he sends it. It does not go well for him, and the first game is called. Lambo typing out the GG, and it's going to go in Shin's favor. So, Shin gets the opening map of the day. As we hopping into a game 2 here in a couple of moments, just throw some invites out, and we'll get this ready to begin. Alrighty, guys, we are set. Game 2 coming straight at you. It is going to be Lambo versus Shin. Let's count down into it. Second map going to be here on Winter Madness. Percival is guaranteed not to advance now. Oh, because Shin took a map already? So the worst that Shin can end up is -1 and he has head-to-head. Yeah, so this pretty much eliminates Percival already. Yeah, these games are actually weirdly impactful on how the group lines up. So, yeah, these games are really impactful on what happens in this group. So, we'll see if Lambo can pull it back. Lambo, if he beats Shin, I think he then has to beat Kua, or at least take a map of Kua, maybe? Not 100% sure. Game 2, though. Let's just see what the result of this one is. It's too early in the stream. You know, when we were already at the end of Group A last week, and it was like we had all the situations panned out, we knew what was going on. Trying to pick up on that at the start of today is just like, brain hurt. Ouch. Shin in the bottom right is our Zergy. Lambo in the top left is our Zergy as well. Hatch coming up on both sides of the map. Spawn pool coming into place. The drone in production from both players as well. And get an extractor on the go here from Shin. Overlord still moving. Again, hatch gas and pool coming up on both sides. The drone's coming into place. And just have ourselves a little bit of time to continue settling here for the next little while. Lambo's fate's on his hands. Yeah, as long as, I mean, Lambo is always going to control his fate because obviously he plays against Kua after this as well. So he could beat Kua and go 3-2 and be better than everyone else apart from Kua, so... Queen's coming about, and drones on the way, and the Overlord's in production. We just have another nice peaceful open of the ZVZ. Obviously, a little bit less interesting than last time. Lambo takes the gas, but this is not like as much of a delay as last time around on the gas, right? Last time around, he was significantly late at taking his gas, so this time he's going to be like 20 to 30 seconds behind on ling speed, but I do expect him to build ling speed, right? Right? Oh, am I crazy? Is my brain off from... I mean, maybe I'm crazy. Apparently I am. It's still gonna be that lap first from Lambo. Okay, cool. So we go for the lair again. I thought he was a little bit more off than that, but yep, my bad. Alright, so it's just gonna be a similar setup to the last game then. Rotron coming down, few drone stuff. Was this the same build from Lambo? Sorry, now I'm realizing I just haven't really looked at the first couple of moments, and let me do some rewinding on my YouTube and just inspect what Lambo did. Yes. It was the same thing from Lambo. Sorry, so yeah, it was the same thing from Lambo. My apologies, guys. Just off the top of my head, it felt like Lambo wasn't as far behind on gas as he was last game, but yeah. Alright, so we will see Lambo. Similar idea. This time around, I mean, Shin finishes the ling speed here. Gonna fight this queen. We've got another ling that's low. We should be able to defend this. Box the Evo. There are more lings coming. The herd queen's in the front, unfortunately. But does the back queen have a transfusion? No. It's unfortunate, but we are going to be able to hold our own still. Another queen shows up. Even if these lings get in, it's annoying. We lose the Evo chamber as well with our cancel. It's annoying, but it's not the end of the world. The drone's pulled. Lambo is building his roaches. The nice thing for Shin here, straight into his own roach production. He's going to be getting his Roachron finished now. Into his lair and into just a few more drones, so he knows what Lambo is doing. He's going to be able to kind of mirror Lambo by, well, just having a third hatchery as well. So he's going to put himself in a pretty, solid position, right? Shin is going to have himself basically a base up on Lambo. The question is, how well does he defend? Because Lambo has committed to quite a lot of roaches. He's still not gone back into drones, so I actually think this may be better for Lambo, because I think if Lambo had just gone into drones, he would just be playing behind a hatchery. Now he has a chance to maybe deal some damage and to make up for things a little bit, and to create some advantages for himself, before then maybe getting his own third hatch on the way. He's going to go Spire behind this after he just killed the Ling Scout too. So loses a couple of drones, kills the Scout, now goes the Spire route, and just wants to basically force Shin into a big commitment against his roaches. And then the reality from Lambo is going to be surprise mutas. And if you're not ready for that as Shin, that can really control this game, especially if you're putting so much investment into your roaches early. You put a bunch of investment into your roaches, and the next thing you know, they're not really very useful. They can run across the map and sacrifice themselves and buy time, but they're not what you want them to be. And you're then scrambling against the Mutalisks, which does kind of feel like the case, especially as Lambo stays aggressive. By staying aggressive, you're kind of giving this idea, you're feigning this, entire idea of like, hey, look how aggressive I can be. Look how strong I am right now. And that is obviously very powerful. Let's see the postal missiles and that roach speed still coming through. Just going to see a couple of queens. I'm going to go after the Overseer as well. Just going to take that down. That's going to fall. Spire is about to finish. Yeah, postal missiles, roach speed, all still continuing about. The roaches still hold out on the right-hand side. Missile upgrade coming through. A couple more roaches over to the far right as well. For the moment. What's up, Rolf? Rolf, thank you so much for the 24-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Now, this hatch is going to finish. The first 7 meters are coming out. And we are going to be seeing, like I say, there's not really... Okay, there is preparation being made now, so I think Shin is figuring out a bit more of what's happening. He did see the spider in the end, so he's realized a little bit of what's going on. Lambo obviously finishes his 3rd hatch. He'll be droning behind this. First Mutalisk is out. Unfortunately, it's on its own. Needs the others to come and join up with it still when they finish. He's going to start finding some overlords on the map. That's one thing you benefit from with these mutas. You're going to be able to clean up overlords by killing off the overlords. You remove map control, you remove vision, then it's much harder for Shin to see where you're attacking from. Especially as Lambo's follow-up here is going to be back into roaches. You're going to take away that possibility of Shin just being able to see where those roaches are at, how he's going to have to position. These supply blocks are going to be annoying as well, having to rebuild overlords. We're already rebuilding a bunch. But the other thing is that Shin's building a Hydra Den, prepping to deal with like these mutas maybe in a higher number, but we're actually going to continue with roaches as Lambo. There is going to be a phase where obviously, eventually enough Hydras are going to be good. Roach Hydra is more powerful than roaches. But there is a phase where if you build too many Hydras, and if you go a little bit too deep on them, and you're kind of still in that Hydra production phase when there's massive, like, only roach attack hits from Lambo, there is going to be this phase where you can get overwhelmed, especially as Lambo's going to have Ravagers as well, so they fill a very similar role to mutas. To Hydras, but better because of the Corrosive Bile ability. They're low HP, they're fragile with higher damage output, but the Corrosive Bile forces the movement from your opponent. If Lambo doesn't have to deal with Biles, he can just A-click, not necessarily A-click in, right, but he can step forward aggressively to keep in range and to keep on shooting all the time. He's never forced to pull units back, to split units away, and to miss attacks because of that, so it's definitely a factor. At the same time, it's nice that we have the Hydras to push the mutas back. And like I said, it's not going to be a bad thing overall. At some point, having Hydras in this army is going to be great. It also opens the pathway to a Lurker Den. If you want to transition to Lurkers later in this game, that's 100% going to be a possibility as well. So all of these are, things we can look toward and kind of play around. There's a few roaches. Pull back to the top again. More roaches on the way. Hydra coming up. Plus missiles. Must go augments. Continue to come about. This meat is just going to gather as the Ravagers get morphed. Roach Ravager heads down to the bottom right side. Changeling, and plus missiles, and must go augments coming about. The Roach Hydra on the right, trying to figure out where we want to go. Gonna take a couple of trades. A few Corrosive Biles coming back and forth. Hydras and the Roaches still gather up. Those Corrosive Biles coming back down again. Another few, and we just kind of control this area. Like I said, the Corrosive Biles, you force your opponent to move. The Hydra speed's only just about to finish. Lambo's going to have an upgrade lead here soon with plus 2 missiles finishing for a little while. This is the right time to strike because it's as Shin is heading to that Lurker Den. If he gets up to Lurkers, he's going to be a lot more powerful. So I think this is the right idea. You're attacking when your own upgrade is done, your opponent's is lacking, his tech is still on the way to being as powerful as it can be with the Lurker Den. You kind of see the importance of doing something, because if Lurkers get out, Lambo is not in a good space to deal with that at all. He's building a second lair, which I feel like is a misclick. I wonder if that's meant to be a hive. Because against the incoming Lurkers, yeah, it is meant to be a hive. Against the incoming Lurkers, you would much rather have, Vipers or so. Blinding Clouds, Abducts are both actually very useful abilities against Lurkers, right? So we'd really like to kind of get into that situation for the most part. Let's pull back a little further. Roach Hydra actually going to try and collapse on two sides. The Ravagers are very caught up in this. They do drop some good biles. They actually land very nicely, but at the same time, like I say, it's the cost of these Ravagers being caught. That's the only reason Shin is pushing in so aggressively and eating those biles, because he knows that killing those Ravagers is very good for him. Like I say, the Hive would be very important. I guess without the Hive from Shin, his Lurkers are not that powerful, right? Not having the Lurker range, not having Lurker adaptive talents. So we have the Lurker Den, but we're not really using Lurkers yet. And it makes sense, like I say, if the Hive being done, then you can actually get Lurker upgrades on the go. That is kind of be missing here from Shin. Some Roaches counterattacking from Lambo going to be nice. He's going to get in that mineral line. He's going to kill some drones. Leaves a few Roaches to kind of buy some time. Get some workers killed. 8 workers killed in total on this assault. On this other side, this Roach Hydra Force decides to turn back again. Couple changelings getting grabbed. Rest of the Roaches join up. Team back into this position as the Roach Hydra starts to step on forward. A couple corrosive biles still coming into place. Just get after one queen, going after the other. I mean, this is when the meters are kind of just giving themselves up. Lambo's still caught in this fight over here. Man, he's got a +3 missile attack upgrade as well. That's expensive. Especially in a scenario where we're, you know, continuing to trade out and continuing to take battles and having to replenish units pretty much consistently. It's definitely a little bit tough. Roach Ravager still gathers together. Seismic Spines is on the way in as well. Again, +3 missiles, Overlord speed. And you do see a bunch of Roaches turn back the other way. Knocking both sets of these Rooks down, or at least trying to. Again, 5 more Lurkers on the way up. Couple Changelings dropping into place. The Roaches looking to step forward in towards these Changelings. We're going to try and get some, but why not, actually? Gets rid of one. Lambo now going into his own Hydra Den. I think Lambo recognizes that the later this game goes, the more likely that this becomes like a Lurker-on-Lurker fight. Or like it needs to be a Lurker-on-Lurker fight, I should say, as he's going to be able to bow some of these Lurkers down. Shin does pull back, but he lost one. But yeah, the later this goes, the Lurkers of your own are going to become necessary, right? You can't really fight this with just, you know, without Lurkers. It's just not going to have the same efficiency, even if you do use the spellcast as well. Because you're also expecting Shin to start adding the same spellcasters, and maybe he doesn't need to, you know, abduct Lurkers. The Blinding Clouds and so can still be very good, as we are going to see this retreat away from Lambo. This looks scary because, again, a lot of his Ravagers are taking the damage. The Lurker's going to run up to the high ground and get a siege position. Lambo might be able to fight against the Roach part of this pretty well because it is just the Roaches, so without the Lurkers involved, it's not terrible. Going to lose his Roach run very quickly. We already had a lot of Roaches on the way. I think he's going to be able to make something of a play here, though. Shin lost a lot of units in this process, and now Lambo's going to be able to come in from a couple of angles. Again, reinforcing Roaches are going to join to help us out with this as well. We already knocked some of the Lurkers down with biles. The other Lurkers getting eaten up now as well, and Lambo is going to make a defense out of this position. Wow. Down a Carapace upgrade as well, but it did not matter. Shin just sent it. I don't really blame him. He got Lurkers in an ideal position, cutting off reinforcements, knocking down the Roach Roaring. But it just didn't matter. He lost a little bit too much trying to get in position in the first place. And that little bit extra coming into position in the first place, I think, is one of the bigger factors of this altogether. Now just going to hit this Overlord. Going to go down. Like I say, Lambo getting Hydras now is nice, and especially as he can start maybe making his way to Lurker Den 2. Even just the extra damage output from these Hydras, Shin's just going to say GG, wow. He's down in supply. I would have thought he would have took another fight, but maybe he really feels like he just got reset too heavily. And hence, GG's. And over to the next one. Yeah, I think it wasn't enough Lurkers to actually be scary, right? At the end of the day, like 4 Lurkers and they were split, and you surround them, and you corrosive bile one down super quickly. You know, like, I think the position, like, that position felt very good, but actually, he probably needed a little bit more to make that. That position would have been great with, like, twice the Lurker count, right? If he had 8 Lurkers there instead of just 4. Alright, Lambo Shin, game 3, coming straight at you. And we go into Tourmaline in half a moment just for some ads, guys, and we'll get into this one. Yeah, I think the problem that Shin has is he doesn't have an answer to the Vipers that Lambo has as well. The spellcasters from Lambo make his army right then very powerful, so... Guys, just getting everyone in, giving the ads a minute or so to run, and try and kick this off. Alright, let's send it, guys. Let's go into game number 3 of our opening match today. After this, we have Kua versus Shin. Then we'll be into those Group B matches as scheduled on Liquipedia. Start with Geralt Trigger, into Geralt Rogue, Rogue ByuN, ByuN Trigger, Rogue Solar, ByuN Solar, Geralt Solar. All Solar matches at the end he has to play late. So yeah. Let's go into this then. As we have in the top right hand side, we're going to have the blue Zerg. This is going to be Lambo, who's tied this up. Win this here and you keep yourself alive in this group, because you're not only going to be taking Shin down from being able to get 3 wins, you're also going to give yourself the chance to stay in it as well. And then the match against Kua becomes very important, of course. Shin, a win for him, like I say. Guarantees him out of this group. Wonder if Shin could have gone Ling Meter instead of Roach with his faster third. Do you not just die though if you go? Because if you go Ling Meter, don't you just die to Lambo playing into Roaches so quickly? Like if Lambo recognizes that he's not building Roaches, then Lambo just attacks off the 2-base Roach attack, you know? I think it's a very difficult one to survive. Maybe viable, but yeah, I think it's just tough because the roaches that Lambo's making, like, yeah, I can set him up into macro, but like realistically are probably going to be a big setup for him, a long setup for him. So, the joys of ZVZ, nobody knows. It's crazy how little we see of this matchup. It's such an intricate matchup as well, with so many, possibilities and ins and outs and the exact workings of things and how things play out in general. There's a couple of Overlords just going to pass each other by. Again, drones and the Queen's continuing up. Overlord's on the way. Need to get this settled for a little bit. Overlord still heading down to the bottom left-hand corner for a little bit as well. Get this on the way. Well, Ling speed's coming up from both players. Again, the Lings are coming through. Queen's in production. Drone on the way. Hatchery building on the low ground. As we take a few moments, that Zergling speed will come up from both players. Yeah, the extra Lings and the drones all building through. Ling speed coming about. Hatch on the bottom side, setting up. The Overlords are going to move around a little bit as well. Would it be correct to say mirror matchups are harder? I think mirror matchups are always matchups where there's more chance of volatility. Volatility is my favorite word for mirror matchups because you're both playing with the same tools, slight differences or slight misreads can be a lot more deadly than they can be in like a normal matchup, right? And like there's so many mind games you can play as well, especially in like a ZVZ where it's so much about scouting constantly and you're trying to hide what you're showing and you can try and show things but do something else. So yeah, mirror matchups can be very complicated, I think, at the end of the day. And that is one of the things about it. Like Serral's ZVZ for a long time was maybe his weakness, let's say, because at the end of the day, like it was just hard for him. I mean, he actually had some crazy good ZVZ for a long time, but at the end of the day, like it's just this matchup where sometimes like a misscout or like a little bit of lack of information or so can be so deadly, you know, and then combined with that ZVZ itself is deadly. But I think all the mirror matchups have that kind of element to them where there's more chance of a build order win being just appropriate or available as well. Like it's much harder to be kind of a catch-all build when you're playing with the same tools a lot of the time. Yeah. It depends though. Some people thrive on the volatility of a mirror matchup, right? Like I always thought that Rogue in ZVZ was a super scary player because he was able to play the super long games if it got there. But no, you know, he could play the super long games if it got there, but a lot of the time it wasn't necessarily about the super long games. It was about all the mind games and the trickery you could pull off, and it was so much more viable in the in the mirror matchup. Each mirror kind of has its own vibe as well, though. Like TVT, it's actually very hard to be tricksy and attacky because of the tank layout and the tank defense. But at the same time, if you take one bad fight, you can get overrun on the other side too. Be out of position, you can get overrun, but like that's not necessarily because of TVT. That's just all the matchups work so differently. Mirror matchups do have that higher chance of being volatile. Good stuff from Lambo. Cancels the third. Doesn't even cancel. Kills the third base. Got some of the drones that were trying to pop out from the lava there as well, as you saw. And the third hatchery now down onto the low ground. Again here from Shin, trying to play a bit of catch-up, but he's behind. He's behind about 9 workers there. He's going to go into the Spire while building into +1 missiles and roach speed. He's trailing on the roach upgrades at the moment with the missile upgrade already being done from Lambo, and his carapace has been halfway done. But we'll see what these mutas from Shin can maybe provide for him as we continue through here on Tourmaline. Continue to get this set on up. Is ZVZ the most volatile matchup? Yeah, I mean, I think TVT can be as well, though, right? Like, TVT can be very volatile, where, like, you can be in a good position, but you can't break through, and then if you're out of position and, like, 4 medevacs and marines run across the map, you can lose the game, almost, you know? Lambo see the Spire? Let me double check for you guys. No, he did not see the Spire. So, yeah, like, ZVZ has the volatility of, like, Ling Bane Wars are very volatile, right? One Bane line connection. But honestly, like, one wander into, like, tank range can be super deadly, or a missed scout in PvP can be super deadly, so I don't even know anymore. I think ZVZ actually has the best chances of you continuing to be able to scout throughout the matchup, so maybe ZVZ is actually not as volatile. I don't know, I think this is just a bit too broad of a question in the end. He's going to show up. Spore starter build right now. Complete lack of defense from Lambo in the natural, so Shin is going to get some work done. Don't see a lot of Ling Bane fights in TVC lately. Yeah, I think a lot of people's control just got to the level where kind of being aggressive Ling Bane does not really work out so well anymore because people are so good at controlling it, so it's a little bit less valuable. And it's one of those things as well where it's like, if you kind of know you're not going to do much, you make a bit of Ling Bane, but you don't get as aggressive with it, and because you don't think you're going to get as much, so it doesn't really open the cat and mouse game of like, oh, if I do some damage and you drone behind it, then you do some damage, I drone behind it, etc., etc. So, I mean, we don't just see as much as ZVZ in general, but I think the Ling Bane thing is probably just, I would imagine people just being able to figure out how to defend that so easily, and also Queen's being very good against Ling Bane aggression nowadays as well. I think it's the same thing with a lot of StarCraft stuff. People complain about like lack of cheese or lack of aggressiveness, but like people just got to such a good understanding and level of the game that a lot of this stuff doesn't work at the pro level. You know, you go apply this in whatever league we're all playing in, and yeah, it's absolutely still something that exists and can be viable and can do a lot, but at the highest level, it's really hard to imagine that, you know, people know what they can defend 20lings and 2 Banes with, right? And the execution is repetitive enough that they can actually get it done most of the time too. So it's more difficult to get into that kind of aggressive back and forth Ling Bane action, you know? Meters are lingering. They have not really done much yet. Lambo's maxed as well. He's actually going to walk forward and take this fight in the center. Needs a few ravages of his own. Carapace just finished from Shin, so upgrades are dead even here. Lambo just finished his Hydra range, so his Hydra will be a bit more feisty. On the other side of the map, some Lings already running by. Remember that Shin's not had a good time with his third base, and this is going to be a continued affair there. As now we have the Roach Ravager Hydra pushing through the center. Lambo looking to start pushing onto this forward hatchery as a starting point. Another round of corrosive balls, another Roach getting picked away at. Healing's running to meet those Roaches on the other side. As well, we had to step back a few moments as well. So the infestation pick coming through. It's about halfway done. This army's going to step up. Another round of corrosive balls coming down. We go back and forth once again. We're going to engage in once more. Again, taking this fight. Well, it just has a better setup here defensively. I mean, we're trying to run a couple of Roaches around the other side, but that's being defended. Lambo's just going to completely overwhelm this army in the center of Tourmaline. Defends his 4th base beautifully this time, and the corrosive balls will force him to dodge a little bit, but he's going to be able to keep on chasing this Ravager force down. If he catches these Ravagers, it's going to be damning for Shin. I love this. Some Roaches split across. He wants to make sure these Ravagers die. They're so expensive. He has to give up a little bit of space because of the corrosive balls, but bam, here he is with the other units that split off. And so he's going to get at least a handful more of these units, and that is just amazing. I mean, Shin actually turns around, because now he's like, well, maybe I can buy some more time. The further I get you to run, the more chance I have of dealing damage. So Shin going into recovery mode, hoping he can maybe possibly get a little something extra going for himself. Roaches will reposition back around. Just going to be seeing the extra Roaches all coming up from Shin. Hydra on the way from Lambo. Continue to get built into play. It's a lot more Roaches that head across the map. Again, Roach Hydra Ravager going to come through. A couple of Roaches going to be here. It's going to be having the Roaches get taken out already. The other Roaches coming across the map as well. Get rid of a couple of those drones. 5 workers going down initially. Something in Shin stays alive because of it. I mean, I still think Lambo's army's in a better place overall here. 50 workers to the 67 currently. Yeah, it'll just look good for Lambo now. Shin is up at 17 workers. But is he going to be able to deal with the army? The extra 20, 30 army supply we're rocking here as Lambo has a lot of potential to break through and to get some work done. So let's see. Corrosive balls coming down. Try and dodge away. We get a couple of the corrosive balls initially. Lambo swarming across the map. Some units coming in from the bottom side as well. Aura and tunneling claws coming from Shin to try and add some extra aggression and kind of harassment into this game. These units on the bottom side going to be interesting. Shin actually meets them straight away, so he's very ready to deal with that. However, does that mean he's got enough over here still? Lambo forcing a bit of a split of these units is going to maybe give him the edge in this fight. He is overwhelming this position right now. We need some reinforcements to get here. These units on the right side are going to turn back around. A couple of Roaches miss them. And we are going to be having this force of Lambo already kind of pushing towards the bases and kind of interjecting between. Going to pick off Roaches as they spawn. Joins with everything else. Shin is outnumbered, overwhelmed, and it is going to be Lambo to 2-1 victory in this series against Shin. Well, 100 damage is a pretty big deal in that scenario. All right. Alright, so... We're going to be going into Lambo Q in a few minutes, guys. I'll just run some ads and we'll get this next series ready to go. Some ZVT coming up in just a few moments. So what does this mean for the group? So it does mean Percival is now officially eliminated. Lambo will go to 2 and 2. If Lambo loses to Cure, can he advance with map score? I don't think he can. I don't know if Wikipedia is completely up to date yet, but... Hey, what's up, Dudley Donkin? Thank you so much for the 25 stream watch streak and the 5 gifted subs going out to Duckman Parky. Works for me, Sneaky Snake 3290, Blank 444, and JIT or GLTT 123456778. Thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs. Get some love in the chat, guys. Will I be at Home Story Cup? I will be at Home Story Cup, unless something changes. Unless something changes. Alright, just giving ads a few more moments. If the whole group finished 2 to 3 behind Q at 5, that'd be pretty funny. Yeah, it would be. You see me there? Hell yeah. Do I want some Pokemon stuff from Japan? I do not think I need Pokemon stuff from Japan as much as as much as I would probably love a lot of it. I have a very full room. I have a very full room, unfortunately. Hard to say no, but... Alright, let's kick off, guys. I think we're good to go into Lambo versus Q. We were just waiting on ads, so we can just send, I think. As we jump into Old Republic, going to be map number 1 of this BO3. So Lambo, like I say, I'm waiting for Wikipedia just to update just to see. So Lambo is -1, Shin is -1. So Lambo can't lose because he's not going to have the map score to beat out Shin. Oh, that's so unlucky. If he 2-0'd Shin, he could have maybe only needed a map against Kyo, but now I'm pretty sure Lambo just has to beat Kyo to make it. It's just as straight up and as simple as that. Just you win, you're in. You lose, and you are very much out. Let's see what happens then as Lambo sets up in this ZVT to the bottom left side of the map. Now a red Berserk player. Yeah, Shin and Lambo are both -1 map score, and if that's the case, then Lambo needs just to win because he can never beat the map score of Shin, and map score is more important in these round-robin groups. You prioritize map score over head-to-head because maps, to me, my way of thinking about it is that map score is your performance overall in this group, and to me, that overall performance is more important than the head-to-head. Obviously, if you hit the if you hit the same map score as each other, then head-to-head makes sense then, but I always like to prefer the overall group performance determining the outcome. I know some tournaments used to do it as head-to-head over map score, but I kind of like the map scores. Overlord heading to the upper right. Command Center, Reaper on the way, taking a few moments. Just chilling. Here's our Reaper. Follow this down. Hero's been phenomenal in this group. 4-0 right now, looking to go 5-0 with a win here over Lambo would be, like I say, a pretty darn good scenario for him. Would be a great, great performance through and through. He's already guaranteed first place in the group, which is nice because it'll obviously help you to get a little bit of a better seed. You avoid Hero and Max packs, I believe, in round 1 if you get a win. Which is good. Good players, good to avoid. It's good to avoid the good guys as long as possible. Again, playoffs will start on Thursday, guys. We'll have a schedule for the playoffs out tonight. I just need to finalize the groups with today's matches, then we'll figure out the playoff and stuff like that. Reaper hops in. Just gonna drop a grenade. First drone goes down. Queen gonna come across. Just gonna be having that Reaper getting pushed away from this. Again, Hatchery about to finish the roach run. A couple drones still coming through. Reaper gathers up. Roach run halfway. Evo chamber the drones. The Queen coming about as well. A couple Marines going to go in after the Overlord here. I'm just going to be having this Overlord taking some damage. And dropping a moment or so. Overlord falls. And we get to go from there as we just have the Reaper continue to move about for a couple more moments. Again, coming around. Trying to see just what else is happening for a few more seconds. Continue to bring this into place. The drone's already going down as the Hellions run by, sorry, into the main base, so they're going to find some damage as well. Again, in and finding some shots. 4 drones down initially. The Reaper is poking the third base as well, trying to get even more done as Lambo struggling a little bit. He's got a roach roaring down. He's heading into the roaches, but not exactly an ideal scenario to start us off as yeah, a few drones early. He does put you already a little bit on that back foot, and being on the back foot against Terran players, generally not a whole lot of fun. Just going down. 2 more Hellions have just ran into the natural, and they get a massive firing line off. Oof. Well, that was not great for Lambo. Skio just finds a bunch of damage early. 11 drones down. This Banshee flies across into the natural. A few of those drones pull away. That's just going to be GG. Nothing really more exciting to make of this one, guys. Just getting a little overwhelmed. Alright. Let's jump into game 2. I am Mentos. How you doing? Thank you so much for the 52-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Do I think there's any hope that they'll give up on 8 workers? I have no idea. I don't really care anymore. It's gonna be whatever it is. So yeah. Yeah. I don't have any opinions at this point. Well, I have opinions, but I no longer feel strongly enough to fight the fight. You know? In the top left-hand side, our red Zerg is going to be Lambo down again. Not the greatest start for him in a series that he has to win. Not ideal, Shin. Celebrating, I'm sure, at the moment as we get very close to finalizing this Group A. I don't have opinions at this point, says man with many opinions. Well, yeah, because if you share your opinion, like, the problem is I actually feel very strongly about it. But feeling strongly about it is a big no-no, because then people attack you, and I can't be bothered to deal with it anymore. So I have a lot of opinions, but like the entire interaction that came out of being against 8 workers just made me even more, want to not do StarCraft even more than what 8 workers is going to make me feel like. So no point to no point to fight. At the end of the day, like, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. And if it does, then we'll just have a worse game. It's whatever. So, express your motivation to play. Yeah. I don't even know what the, I mean, I'd be interested to see what the final outcome of it all would be in the end. I think what annoys me the most, actually, yeah, I think what annoys me the most is that if it goes through, I just know at the start of every game of StarCraft 2 forevermore, I'm always going to be sitting there thinking, and this is the most, it's like I'm going to be sitting there thinking, well, this was a waste of 40 seconds. Now, 40 seconds is not a lot of time. but it's gonna annoy me so irrationally that it felt so it was for something so pointless. Anyway. Overlord goes down. 40 seconds adds up over thousands of games. It does. I mean, it does, but like, at the end of the day, on any given day, say we cast like 30 games, it's like 15 minutes. It's whatever. It just... like, at the end of the day, I don't even think the time really matters that much. It's just the concept of, like, why we have it is so annoying, I guess. But, like I said, I have opinions, but I'm not going to fight my fight. If someone comes and disagrees, they can disagree at this stage. I do not have the power to make it go through or not. The actual people with power seem to like it, so it's probably going to go through. The Marines gather up. We do have the bit of a fun opening here. So this was this little bit of the Marine opening into some pressure. Gets an Overlord. Keeps the 3rd hatchery from being around for a little bit as well, which is annoying for Lambo, who's actually going to go into a Roach Ravager setup against this. I don't like it. There's going to be so many Marines. Yo, Ice9, thank you for the 94-month resub. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Oh, you just resubbed like a couple days ago, but clearly my passage of time in my mind is completely wrong. There's a couple of Ravagers going to get after those Marines, and we are going to see more Roach Ravager heading down to the natural. Couple Crows of Bals dropping straight down onto the tech lab. I'm just going to be seeing the few Roaches taking some damage. Just going to morph one Ravager in. A few Marines going to try and step through. We are going to see the SCVs pulling in to repair that stim, so far keeping this alive. Cure. Like I say, to me, I don't love this from Lambo, because Cure knew what was coming. He's been able to start up Marauders. He will lose stim, which is annoying, but I don't think that's going to kill him here, considering Lambo's the one that needs to find a lot more damage. Cure's already pushing him back, and if you get pushed to the low ground, these SCVs can just pull back now. We can just stand on the high ground. We don't need to go any further forward. It's tempting, because you have percussive shells. Like, there's going to bunker out the front to protect the barracks more easily. And you can just start holding here, and I think this is absolutely fine. I like keeping the SCVs pulled, just a little bit more tanking availability. Like I say, concussive shells makes this so scary now for Lambo, because if he steps too far forward and gets shelled, this goes very wrong very quickly. You start losing units way too quickly. Both Roaches got shelled right there. We're going to see the next one shelled as well. And there goes Lambo's pressure. So now without pressure, it's going to be extremely difficult to keep this up. Seven SCVs down, doesn't feel like enough. Lambo's still, he's making one drone now, but he's Still been making Roach Ravager, which feels like a continued bust on something which is not really doing enough right now. You see a couple battles coming out. Going to get straight toward the bunker. It's another Ravager. It's just too expensive. And it's a good thing we denied Stim. With Stim, this would be 100% over as it stands. It's maybe not 100% over, but it's definitely not looking great. If Stim was done, this would have been game. Yeah, I agree. Oh, well. I was going to say GG anyway. I don't really disagree. He's got army supply that's never going to break through a bioforce of the bunker. So, yeah. A little bit of a quick finish. But GG's. All right. All right, we're going to start off with Geralt versus Trigger on the Group B matches, guys. That's going to wrap up Group A, which is going to be Cure, Zaun, and Shin advancing. So unfortunately, Lambo will not make it. Percival loses out by head-to-head to Shin, unfortunately, in the same map score. This is a wild group. What, a 5-0 Cure and everybody else went 2-3 map score, determining everything else that goes down there. It's a little bit wild. Alright guys, I'm going to be a couple minutes. We'll be right back with more StarCraft 2. I'll see you guys straight after this for more games. It's going to be Group B with Trigger and Geralt to start us off. I'll be right back with you in a few moments. Welcome back, everybody. Geralt and Trigger coming up. We are a couple of videos away from having a map pick. We'll send this in a few moments' time. Just to confirm how Group A finishes. Curacao and Shin will be first, second, and third place. A Terran, a Pros, and a Zerg, who are joining the three Pros and a Terran already in the playoffs. The Classic and Clem already in the playoffs. Hero and Max Packs already in the playoffs. Curacao and Shin will join us as well. And we'll see who makes out of Group B. Already we know Skillis will be there. And then into the rest of this group. As we go. Very exciting stuff. So yeah, obviously we're doing the rest of this Group B here. Trigger going to play Geralt. This is an 0-2 versus 0-3 match. It's kind of an important one for either of these guys. I mean, as Trigger, maybe you could hope for 2-3 advance. It happened in Group A, so win out from here. Maybe it's possible. It's obviously going to be tough. Geralt still has a bit more control over his life in this tournament as the WardiTV Spring Championships continue today. Hope everyone's doing great. Again, if you are enjoying, this is a WardiTV tournament. It is powered by your guys' support. So if you're enjoying the stream and you want to see more of it in the future, more of these events, do check out the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize money for the events. So do check that out. Again, that's !Patreon in the Twitch chat, or you can just patreon.com/WardiTV. Go check it out. First map going to be White Rabbit. Posting this up in a moment, guys. Toast, load, load. Cool. Alright, Trigger readying up. I'm missing Geralt from our lobby, but we should be able to start this off in a few moments and get into some more action from our Spring Championships today. Again, thanks for joining us, guys. Good to see you all. Thank you for being with us. We get this ready to go. Geralt joins us as well. Let's wait for Geralt to ready up and we send it, guys. Some PvP to start, and then into what will be some Zerg matchups with Rogue. In fact, mostly Zerg matches the rest of the day. ByuN Trigger and there will not be a Zergy matchup, but obviously Solo will play a bit later on as well. Very, very fun. Just waiting for Geralt to ready up. There we go, and we are good to send it into this PvP of the WardiTV Spring Championship Group Stage 2, Group B. And like I say, playoffs coming this weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, loads of SC2. We are actually lining up with... we are lining up with so many games of StarCraft in the coming weeks. The next, basically up until Home Story Cup, is rammed. I know this month's been kind of quiet. I've been away a couple weekends in a row, 3 weekends in a row. I think I was off, but we're back, and we're gonna have some mega long streams coming up as well. Next weekend's gonna be ByuN Cup, which is starting super early in the morning. It's gonna have some great games as well. It's just gonna be fun, to be honest. It's just gonna be a lot going on, a lot's taking place. It's gonna be very awesome, as we have in the bottom left-hand corner the red Protoss player Trigger as we kick off into our first live PvP, or first live best of 3 of the day. It is the only PvP of the day, and it'll be Geralt on the other side of the map to kick this PvP off. So away we go with that. Away we begin, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Very exciting as we, like I say, kick off and get some action started. See what we can get up to here between two players who are obviously not in great places in this group. Like I say, will be a bit of recovery opportunity after this for both these players to try and get back on track if they can get a win here. Like I said, Geralt has a bit more control with only 2 losses, Trigger at 3 losses. I mean, to be fair, like I say, if he wins out 2-0, 2-0, he would be at the same match and map score where Shin and Nelly Percival just advanced from. So It's not impossible. It's not impossible, but it is less than likely. It's like, it's not a great place to be, but it's within the realm of reason that it could happen, you know? It is within the realm of reason that it may happen. So we go from then figure that out. A couple of probes going to nibble at each other. Some back and forth. Gates in the server cores coming up. Proby's coming through. We take a few moments and get settled in for a little bit right now as we figure out our game plan, what we want to do, where we're going, what we're making happen, and all of that good stuff. Sentry and the Stalker coming about. And get this on the way. Probe chasing that other probe around for a little bit, so again coming over for a couple of moments. Stepping around and trying to see what's going on. Suddenly gonna nibble, put some damage out, put some work into play, and see what we can do. A couple sentries on the way through, Twilight Council, the Nexus coming into place, the warp gates building on both sides as well. There's a couple of depths still continue to produce, so continue to bring those up. What's up, Rextor? How you doing, mate? Thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Twilight Council starts in the main base of Trigger. The Twilight Council of Geralt is still trickling along. Again, the hallucination already moving through middle of the map as well. Just going to see the sentry going to be here. Work its way through that hallucination for a little bit. Put some work out. Blink on the way, warp gate coming up. Can see the two adepts heading across. Again, that blink coming into play, the warp gate coming into position. Take a few moments to settle this in. Then we just see where things go. Again, the warp gate's coming up already. Blink coming through. Couple probes, the Nexus and the Gateway coming online, getting that set up as well. It's going to see a battery put into place, and a couple of depths going to start pulling back for a few moments to reset and resettle for the next little while. Sentries will send a hallucination out. The depth's going to shade through. The Stalker's going to try and finish. Good force fields. And that was a very good force fields, to be fair. We're going to kill a couple of probes, but otherwise pretty good defense as Geralt straight to that third Nexus, as is Trigger. Both players continue to set up into a bit of macro-focused PvP at the moment. And using the Stalkers gather up, a couple more Stalkers getting warped in. That blink coming through on both sides. And it is going to be finished a little bit sooner from Geralt. We'll see if he can make something happen with that. We'll see if he can make some aggression take place here over these next few moments. Again, the hallucination moving up. A couple Stalkers will get warped in. So you can see a little bit of blinking action being done already. So moving those across. Again, Blink, the Observer coming up right here. Next, and a couple gateways coming about as well for the moment. Stalker stepping through, and the Adept's going to keep shading. You'll see this commitment in, and as you see the Stalker Sentry coming back the other way. It's going to be seeing the Stalker Sentry is going to be there. Good force fields in position for the next few moments, and that's just going to be a good defense. Plus one attack coming up on both sides. Rebel Facility in the gate coming up as well. Looking pretty good so far. Couple of depths, and back to the upper right-hand side. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers gathering again, charging the +1 coming through. So it's going to get over here. We play the defense. I mean, honestly, it's a very kind of trigger Geralt PvP where they're playing into the macro setup. Neither are being overly aggressive into each other. And Sheen's moving around. I mean, Trigger just moving between his bases. Geralt getting a bit more aggressive forward on the map, but not committing through to anything just yet. Stalkers, Zealots in that Sentry coming over for a little bit. Try and see what we can do. A bunch more Zealots warping in. Add 8 Zealots into this, +2 attack on the way as well. Zealots and Stalkers getting through. Just going to be having a little bit of a fight starting to break out. Geralt in position on the high ground. I like the force field to come down in response, though. They seem pretty reasonable. Play a bit of defense here. Zealot Stalker blinking into that natural robo facility getting depowered. Geralt going to get warping straight into this. The Stalkers of Trigger cannot find that prism just yet. Now he blink forward. It's a very slow kill on the prism, but it's already warped in, so it's not like we're on a timer or anything. Geralt's still holding the supply lead, and if he just backs away with the Stalkers, I think this is fine for him. You've killed 17 probes. Your army supply is going to remain pretty similar to your opponent's, and you're going to be on a little bit of a faster +2. So I think Geralt's going to be very happy coming out on a big worker lead coming out of this, so that will be a major plus. Well, High Temple's coming about. He's going to be seeing the Zealots, the +2 attack. Red's still coming up as well. 2 workers, 3 workers going down already. Four workers coming around. Just going to be seeing the +2 attack coming through. The probes and the cannon coming over as well. 12 workers going down. It's actually going to be really nice for Trigger to get some damage back in. He's still down by 20 workers, though, so... by 20 army supplies. So boy, is he in trouble if Geralt finds his way back across the map. The worker kills actually even things out, which puts us back to 57 to 59, so that part is pretty darn decent. Prism coming about, a couple cannons on the way, the probes being added on as well. Zealot's going to continue back to the other side again, +3 attack. The Immortal on the way through. And the rest of the army coming over. Just going to see that cannon coming around. Zealots coming into place. Zealots still going to be sitting on the high ground. Going to recall back. And another couple of Zealots warping in. So good defense from Geralt again. Supplies are evening out, though. So this is pretty decent. +3 attack coming in on either side. Just going to see the Zealots are going to come charging through. It's going to be Geralt to once again be the aggressor. Straight onto this base of Trigger. I don't think you defend that. Just out of position. Having to walk down a ramp into this army does not seem like a good idea. Does not seem like a good idea at all. This couple of Archons will morph in. And the Archons on the other side from Trigger can put some pressure on, which is nice. But again, you're down to 3 bases. Geralt continues to be very oppressive on the map, stopping Trigger from really being able to get much done, unfortunately. That part is not looking great right here. Armies gather. Just going to see that Guardian Shield coming up. Trigger's still going to have an army to try and do something with. If you can win a fight, that's not it though. That's running into the choke point again. If you can win a fight, maybe you can get across the map and do enough damage to keep yourself in this game while everything else continues through. So, like I say, it comes down to you winning a fight though, and that's the awkward part right now because Geralt again is already in position. So as Trigger, you're constantly being the player who has to run back into the bad position. As Geralt now leaks some units into the natural, going to force Trigger to basically just have to fight here. Being up on this high ground is just absolutely massive for Geralt, and he is holding this position wonderfully. Workers are going down. The army is heavily trending in Geralt's favor. Even if he's behind an upgrade for the majority of this fight, it's not really going to matter, it doesn't seem. I just see these other units are going to try and step up. Stalkers blink up to the top. A few more Zelts going down, and Archon's still trying to swing its way through for as much as possible. Trigger will say GG, and Geralt will get the 1-0 lead in this BO3. So 1-0 start here for Geralt as he looks to start recuperating his losses in this Group B of the Group Stage 2 of the WardiTV Spring Championship. Second map will be Winter Madness. And this is actually going to be Geralt's server preference as well, as we get this hosted in on Central for map number 2, guys. I'm just going to run some ads because these two do have a tendency to play pretty long PvP, so just rather be safe than sorry and get those ads out of the way. Drop a lobby link down, get everyone in here and ready to cast. Now we're just missing some players. Beautiful. We play all the B matches today. Yes, the rest of the group stage finishes today. And then once the group stages are finished, we have the playoff bracket drawn, and then we'll have a schedule for that playoff bracket over the next, that will start on Thursday. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Waiting for Trigger to join us here. We'll be good to go. I think he's maybe in the replay. Nope, he's out. Just throw him an invite. Get this PvP ready to begin. If everyone is ready, we can send it. Ready says Trigger. Ready says Geralt. Let's do it. In the top left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is going to be Geralt. And he's up one in this best of 3, taking on Trigger in the bottom right side. Winter Madness for a game number 2. Let's see what we get. And some more PvP between two players who, like I say, kind of do like to play their macro games. Gets underway. Gates going through, simulator coming up, and get that ready to roll. Let's just have our set for a few moments coming into place. Pro coming over. Pro getting chased. We take a couple of moments to settle down. Pro just going to go after the other Proby. And yeah, Cyber Core's coming through for a couple of moments. Sentry and that warp gate continue to come about for a little bit. You see the probes going at other probes. Sentry chasing, probe getting hunted. I'm going to see a little cancellation here. Just going to get that caught. Just going to be having the nexus coming from both players then on the natural. And like I say, not surprised to see both these guys heading into some mirror match kind of macro shenanigans between one another early on here. It does seem very par for the course, like I say, for how these two typically... I mean, Trigger, I think, plays a bit more aggressively sometimes, but Geralt does oftentimes end up in long games with his opponents. This nation is going to be there. Twilight Council and the Nexus coming about. Warp Gate's coming through. Again, Blink on the way. Just going to see that Warp Gate finish on both sides. What's up, Nemo1980? Thank you for the 8-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated, of course, guys. As usual, WardiTV tournament supported by you guys, which means that if you guys are having a good time today, please consider supporting. If you've got a Prime sub available, it goes a long, long way. If you're on the YouTube, haven't mentioned it yet today, but hit that like and subscribe button. Free to do so, and we're trying to work our way towards the 50,000 YouTube subscriber mark. If you want to help us out with that, like I say, head on over to the YouTube, give us a like and a sub. Helps out massively. It's greatly appreciated as that Blink comes through on both sides. A couple gates coming about. A couple of Adepts are going to go shading. Stalkers and a Sentry will gather up as well. Just going to be seeing a couple of units are going to step through. The Adepts are going to step over. Battery taking some damage is going to start falling already, so that battery goes down. Sentry getting picked up. Another couple of Stalkers being warped in right now as well. Continue to bring this through for the moment. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalker and the Sentry still continue to fire back. Stalker goes down. Just going to see the Adept still going to hang about here for a couple of moments. I'm just going to be seeing another Stalker again taken down right there as well. Sentry, Stalker coming back over. Stalker's in position from Geralt. Going to come back down to this low ground. The Sentry does get picked off, so that Sentry does die, being taken out of here. And again, the Blink coming through. Robo Facility, Adepts, Probes continue to come into play for the next little bit. Again, Workers coming about. That Blink is coming through. And we just continue to settle ourselves down. The Stalker's heading down to the bottom right side. And away we go with that for the moment. So Adepts will resume their shading once again. A couple of Adepts coming about. Again, shading into that natural. See that Sentry getting picked off. A few Stalkers are still trading with one another. Blink is about to be done here from Trigger. And we are going to be seeing a couple Stalkers. Going to be good to get that Adept. So going to be able to grab that already. Adept goes down. Again, a couple batteries coming up. Nexus, Probes on the way. Stalker's still building. I'm just going to be seeing the rest of these Stalkers continue to gather together. Battery will heal up a little further once again. So far, so good. And the Stalkers will join up. Just going to be pushing into this base. So Geralt's trying to get some kind of pressure going. He's down a bunch of workers, so would love to find something here. He has got the 7 army supply lead. But the Stalkers will battle the Stalkers. The Blinks get used. Coming Blink forward aggressively. We get to some batteries. It's obviously really nice to just reset things a little bit for the moment. Stalkers just gather, we join up there. Couple shots coming about, the Immortal going to be there, a couple Stalkers getting turned the other way. Stalker's going to blink through, going to get the Immortal getting jumped on. The other Stalker's going to fight back, and we are going to see Geralt making a good go of this, but I think the supply is coming back over into Trigger's favor. I mean, Geralt is going to try and build his third behind this, but it's just not done enough just yet. A couple more Stalkers going down. The Stalkers blink through again. A couple more kills coming out once more. We are going to be seeing the Nexus coming up. It's about halfway done already from Geralt, so continue to bring that into place. Just seeing these Stalkers and that Immortal continue to fight. We continue to fight through on this. We actually blink over to the left. The Immortal getting caught immediately. And a couple more of these Stalkers already being grabbed for a couple moments, so... Next is coming online, a couple of probes in the charge will continue to build. A Stalker and an extra couple of gateways will be producing through as well. And again, a couple more depths coming into production. Probies on the way, Stalker being added. The rest of this continue to come through for the moment. Well, Stalkers is going to grab those probes. 3-4 workers going down. The other Stalkers are Trigger coming over. Trigger is losing some probes, but he's killing probes as well. I think he's really just looking fine through and through. Killing these adepts are getting the work done initially. I'm just going to grab a few more of those probes. Getting picked off. The probes do wrap and play clean up there. Again, charge coming through. +1 is going to start on the side of Trigger. Stalkers pushing forward. Another couple of Stalkers coming over as well. And some more. It's just pulling back over, trying to get after those Zealots. Is yeah, we're going to be able to have enough here, I think, as Trigger. Charge is not done. I think this one is leading toward a GG. And that's going to wrap us up here. A couple more Warpins and Zealots coming through. Keep on working on those. Stalkers still being chased away. Stalkers and Immortals keep pushing back over that right side. Geralt has to call game. And we are going to go to game 3, which is quite exciting, as the two players who are currently at the bottom of this group fight to stay alive. The bad news is obviously going to a game 3 for both these guys is bad map score scenario for the winner, which obviously makes it even more difficult to potentially advance. A 2-0 here would have really done them some favors, potentially. But great for our entertainment as we go to Tourmaline to round this series out. Alrighty. Just waiting for Geralt to join our lobby, and we are good to go. Game 3 of this series coming straight at you guys. You're watching the WardiTV Spring Championships. Final day of the groups, playoffs this weekend. Wrap this Spring Championship up, get some players paid out. Should be a whole bunch of fun. And very excited for all of this. Ready, so the players. Let's get this started. Coolio. Alright, Geralt Trigger coming through. Let's get this started up and see just what is going to happen here as we get into our action. And get this party rolling on Tourmaline. GLHF called. Game 3 underway in the bottom left-hand side. The red Protoss play here is Trigger. Well, in the upper right, our blue Protoss is Geralt. I think they've just swapped colors, but alas, on we go. Alright, Geralt and Trigger, away we head. Again, hitting some PvP here. See what's going to happen. See what's going to come down. Got a lot of great games to go. 6 more best of 3s after this one, guys. So tons of StarCraft 2 today, as we've already discussed a couple times over. So that is awesome. Excited to bring it to you guys. Probe going over. Just going to be heading up toward the high ground. Gets into the main base, see what's going on. So some scouting early. Would not be surprised to see these players end up expanding against each other once again. Probe nibbles the probe. Cybercore's about to finish. Again, workers continue to come through for a little while. And you just see the battery coming into place. Again, Sentry, Stalker, battery all coming up. Nexus on the way on the side of Geralt. We get that on the go. Sentry coming through also. Probe's coming back over. Just gonna see the Sentry gonna get that. Probe is gonna fall. That is gonna be a grab. Taking that out. Stalker and the Warp Gate coming through. Sentry Warp Gate coming up from Trigger. And again, we're both expanding, so not really surprised for these two, like I say, so far. Hallucination heads across. Let's see the hallucination on the other side because they're both going to scout. They're both going to make sure they know what's going on. So we got a bunch of that info going already. And Twilight Council about to finish. Robo's still coming through. The Probe's Stalker and the Warp Gate coming online. Just going to see the couple of sentries and the Stalker there. Going to hit that hallucination a little longer. Blink, Warp Gate coming up, couple of gateways coming into position. So we have that blink. Continue to come about. Again, a couple stalkers coming into play. The gateways are coming up, probes are coming by. And having the bottom right side, a cheeky little gateway there from Geralt, so we'll see him maybe trying to get some aggressive warpins going. Next is Twilight Council, battery all building up. The Immortal's still coming through. It's going to be having the rest of this continuing through as well. Just going to be seeing that continue to settle in for a little bit. And Blink will be finishing very shortly from Geralt, so again, we bring that straight through, get that on the go. Next is Twilight Council, continue to build in the Immortal and a couple of probes coming about as well. Stalker sentries gather up. Another couple units gonna be right there. I mean, Geralt, like I say, has that bottom right gateway. He's building his third base in the forward position, so that'll be fun to see how that pans out over time, I guess. We'll see what happens with that. Again, Stalker and the charge coming through. We take a few moments. The Observer's still going to be leading these Stalkers. Let's just see the defense in position because Trigger sees it coming. So far, so good. Bo's going to fight. The Adeptus is going to get chased. Again, charge coming up. Blink on the other side. See a few more Stalkers getting warped in initially. The extra gates continue to come online. Blink about halfway done. Again, I'm all coming up. Extra gates coming about. Just going to see the battery coming into place. The gateways coming into position. Probes in the charge coming into play. We are going to see a couple of units of Trigger heading over to the left-hand side. Immortals are going to be here. Stalkers get pushed back. going to say, can these adepts could have killed a sentry, no? They go for the probes, but I actually think they could have just stood there and right-clicked a sentry down, which would have been probably just as good of a trade for the one probe they got. Maybe a missed opportunity. The army supply is not in Geralt's favor at all. Trigger looking to save his competition here. He's 0-3. He needs a win, no matter what. As, you know, if Geralt loses, maybe he could get to 2-3 somehow, some way, but Trigger absolutely needs the win, and right now he's looking to try and find it. Looking to bring himself back. There's obviously a little bit of a difference in prize money in the groups as well, based on where you finish. So even if you do not make playoffs, an extra win right now can still go a long, long way to help you as well. More shots coming about. And that forge is coming through. The extra stalkers and the Zelda warping in. Big Chrono Boost coming down. Okay, getting settled. There are Zealots and the High Templars continue to come through. The other Zealots and the Stalkers walking across also. You can see extra High Templar still building. So all of them morph off the Archons. Geralt's army supplies swung back upwards, but he's down a few workers. And obviously Trigger trying to take a fourth base. Geralt will have to be the aggressor kind of moving in. Geralt's going to charge through. A couple of Archons are going to be here. Pylon goes down. Battery gets depowered. Stalkers could make a play onto that prison. Would it be massive? Would it be massive? Probably not. We could warp in from elsewhere. And Geralt's still sending this. The army supplies are still similar, so I'm going to tend to prefer, I think, Trigger here for the ability to resupply very quickly to the position. Although the 3 Archons that still exist here from Geralt are a big issue. If we can't get rid of these Archons, their consistent damage output and splash is going to really add up. They're just so tanky that they're surviving so many shots. Finally, their numbers starting to go down. Extra Stalkers warping in here from Trigger as he tries to make this defense happen. A few more Stalkers in the Archon coming the other way. Stalkers now getting hit back on this other side. Next is about to finish up. A couple of Zealots are warping in. Stalkers pull back the other direction again. A few more Stalkers coming up. Nexus on the way through for a couple moments. Probes and the +1 attack upgrade coming into position. It's going to be seeing the pylon going down. A couple of Zealots are going to get here. A few more of these Stalkers getting caught as well. So Stalkers still being added through. Now we're going to see the pylon taking a couple more shots. Probes still being built. Gateway being added on. +1 attack. The probes continue to produce through this. The Stalkers are stepping up against those other Stalkers. And we do see Zealots are going to get there for these probes. Being chased around and chased away a little bit. Again, +1 attack of Trigger coming through at the moment. The Stalker's going to step into the front here, into that Nexus. He's going to start working on that immediately. And now the other Zealot Stalker force coming straight over. A couple of these Stalkers being taken down immediately. And our line probe starting to fall. 3 workers going down so far. And that count might increase if we do not deal with this. Trigger has got the +1 upgrade now as well, which is really nice to help him keep fending this off, especially as it comes down to more kind of just gateway on gateway forces. The Zealots continue to be very annoying as well, though, so continue to put some work in here. Stalkers will fight through. But the Stalkers going to try and push their way forward as well, get past that Nexus, so away we go. A couple more hits coming about right now. Extra Zealots warp in, +1 attack coming over. +2 attack building, +1 attack on the way. So again, we bring this about. It's going to be more again, jumping again. Stalkers jump up the other side. Zealots are going to charge forward immediately, so we are going to make that push. And we are going to be seeing these few other Stalkers and Zealots still getting chased out of here. Stalkers chasing, Zealots being hunted. Continue to chase ourselves over for a little bit. Zealots in the attack upgrade continue to come through. The robo facility is just over halfway done. The Stalker still getting pushed back for a little while longer. Zealot Stalker still wants to push forward here for a little bit. Stalkers being chased down. The Zealots are going to get up in the front. Stalkers will continue to go, and we are going to see once again Geralt pushing Trigger back here. It's now 4 bases each. Geralt with the worker lead. Upgrades evened out for the moment, but of course there is going to be the +2 attack, which is leading on the side of Trigger. So he's going to get the upgrade lead back at some stage. So ideally he doesn't fight too much before then, although right now just overwhelming and absolutely worth chasing when you're this far ahead on supply. So, yeah, it may be stepping a bit too far forward this time around. Stalker's still blinking back over there. Battery continue to heal up. Bunch of zealots warping in, plus 2 attack coming through. So those zealots still going to come across. We are going to be having this Stalker force. I think the trigger's still going to be too much, especially now with +2. His units are just dealing that much more damage with each and every shot. I feel like this becomes maybe just a little bit too powerful here overall. As these fights continue through, the Stalkers will keep on dropping. And I think Trigger just is going to find so much value off this +2 and just the numbers there already kind of being in his favor. It feels very difficult for Geralt to step back into this and to get back on track. GG gets called. Trigger is going to take it to a 2-1 in this best of 3. GG's. GG's. Alrighty, guys. How do you not have charge here? Didn't need it. Didn't need it. Alright, next matchup is going to be Rogue versus Geralt. And then Geralt has a pretty big break. I don't know how that got through the scheduling. But let's get this going and get some videos started. So it's going to be Rogue versus Geralt and then Rogue versus ByuN before we go into ByuN versus Trigger, Rogue versus Solar. Let me continue from there. Continuing thread. Didn't realize we have another ZVZ later today. Yeah, Rogue Solar coming up later will be a fun one, I'm sure. So yeah, one more ZVZ later, but otherwise we're out of the mirrors and we're into some more of the non-mirror action, guys. So look forward to all of this as we get started here in a few moments. Kick this off. Just waiting for Geralt to join us for the video process. He'll get that in the way. I'll just run some ads while we are between our matches. Get that ready to go. Alrighty, videos have begun. So Winter Bandit's Mothership entire Citadel taken out already. We'll have a couple more videos and we'll get this all in the way, guys. Again, thank you for joining us. Appreciate all being here. Getting ready to kick this off. Do, 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 do. Hey, what's up, Grimk? Thank you so much for the 14-month resub on the Prime. How you doing? Thank you so much for supporting and priming. Appreciate it. Getting that sub count back up. We got a big couple weeks. Gonna be a lot of streams and a lot of long streams as well. So I'm kind of hoping we can maybe get the sub count back to 700. Be sick by the end of July. I do think it's possible. Like I say, we have a lot coming up the next couple of weeks. We're going to be busy. Streaming every day apart from 1 or 2. And yes, we're going to have some long streams. This Sunday is going to be long. Next Saturday is going to be really long. So, yeah, it's going to be some grindy days of StarCraft and other stuff as well. Alright guys, just waiting. Get this on the go. First map gonna be Tourmaline, just got selected. Let's go on. Second map, Old Republic. As yeah, Rogue is 1-1 in this group, right? Yes, Rogue 1-1. He came in with a loss against Skillers. Skillers obviously popped off on his opening day, 4-1 in total for him. So Rogue lost to Skillers, but he did beat Trigger. Big day for him then, if he wants to make it out of this group and into our playoffs. Is High being called? Move the players around. Should be good to go. Double check everyone's ready, and we will send it. Go goes as Rogue. Waiting for Geralt to confirm he is also good. Again, like I say, send this one. Looks like Geralt's AFK. He's not set his race just yet either. Cool. We're good. Let's send it CVP. Coming at you, Rogue Geralt. On the way here today in the WardiTV Spring Championship, wrapping up the groups. Rogue Geralt, then Rogue versus ByuN, ByuN versus Trigger, Rogue versus Solar, ByuN versus Solar, Geralt versus Solar. That's what the day looks like. This one is going to be 6 best of 3s to go, including this one. So yeah, lots of games. I'm excited for how many games we have. It's very cool. As we dive into Tourmaline and we get this started off. In the top right, Rogue is our blue Zerg player. In the bottom left, our red Protoss is Geralt. And away we go. Alright, so you set this up, and get this going, heading into Tourmaline, and we find out whether Rogue can improve his scoreline. I mean, Geralt winning this would be massive. He'd go to 2-2 in the group, and then he would have a win over Rogue. He'd be 1-2, one of the players who's definitely going to be competing with him for a playoff spot right now, it would seem. See what happens. Hatchery, couple drones, the extractor, everything coming up there as expected, just for the moment. Yeah, Hatch got some pool coming up. Just going to be seeing the gateway probe in production. Add a Nexus on. Get going. And get that started up. Is Wikipedia incorrect, or the prize money for 11th, 12th, and 13th, 14th the same? Yeah, I think bottom 2 of the group are the same prize money, but you get more prize money if you finish 4th. I think it was just how the math worked. It was really hard to split or differentiate the 2 places. So, yeah. I think Wikipedia is most likely correct. if it's prize pool related. You can still finish 4th, and it's a different benefit. So yeah. We usually try and make like every match possibly matter, but have I considered opening channel point bets for the matches? We do sometimes, but the problem is people ask for them, then I put them up, and then no one mentions them between the games, and then they forget about them, then someone's like, wait, why are my points? And it's like 3 hours later. So, yeah. TLDR, I'm forgetful, and chat does not do a good job of reminding me to take it another way. I'm very interested about Geralt Rogue. Geralt has a tendency to be able to draw games into like the latest, deeper stages, and I kind of wonder if Rogue plays into that at all, or if he plays around that at all, or just what his general idea or concept here is going to be. I find this very interesting. Need a mod to run the Gamba. Yeah, we don't really have any mods anymore, though. We're just, or at least not mods who are super active, which is absolutely fine. We just don't really need mods much anymore, so yeah. It's just one extra thing that I don't like having to do myself, honestly. It's like just one extra thing on top of everything else. Like, some days it's fine when I'm doing, like, other people's events. I don't have to worry about stuff, but, like, considering 90% of the content on the stream nowadays is WardiTV stuff, like, I'm almost always adminning or setting up lobbies or making sure we get in game. How many times do you see me missing the game lobby already? Never mind if I'm then doing one more thing of, like, setting up the, the gambling. So, yeah. That's kind of my, my thoughts on it. Feelings, just gonna spread and put some damage on this Nexus. Probably not gonna get very far just yet. Creep drones coming up, evolution chamber on the way, that creep teamer coming up as well. I'm just going to be still seeing that blink on the way through. Just going to have the Oracle stepping over. Stalker's going to start poking at that Overlord, which is going to be nice. A few Lings looking to come back the other way. The Oracle in good position to deal with that just for a moment. Yeah, the Stalker going to be continuing to poke at that Overlord a little bit. The Oracle still going. A couple of the Lings will be pushed away for the moment. Bailing that's coming through. Drones and Overlords still coming up. This Overlord will go down. It's going to be a nice catch as the Blink and the Probes and the rest continue through. The Lings looking to run at the front right here. So looking to try and see what else we can get going on. And again, a couple of Adepts and the Stalkers coming through. The Blink is coming up on the Twilight Council. Melee upgrade coming about. Lings, Overlords, the Queen settling the Bailing Nest. Producing through as well. And bringing up as much of this as we can at the moment. Rogue Geralt could easily be a 2-hour-long series. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It depends how aggressively Rogue plays, I feel like. Well, I'll upgrade the Lings and the Queen still coming about. Blink, Gates, and the Forge coming through as well. Stalker's going to gather. Feelings are going to step through. We are going to be having these units gathering up. Stacy's going to come down. So we've seen those Lings actually still looking to wrap around. Stalker's blinking back. A couple Oracles still there to activate and try and deal with this. And melee upgrade, Bailing Speedle coming through. Additional Lings coming over. Additional drones are coming about. The Hydra Den and the Hatchery continue to build into place right now. Nexus coming online. Add those couple of extra gates into place. And again, the attack upgrade coming through, that +1. Going to be finishing shortly as the charge continues to come into play. Stalkers and the Oracles head to the bottom side. Just going to see the other Lings are going to come moving around as well. Just going to see the Stalkers continue to fight. And we are going to be pushing those other Lings back around over the right side once more. So again, chasing those away. Hydra Den is about to finish up. And it's a bunch of Lings, +1 missiles and the Bailing Speed coming through. Groove Spines. coming over as well. Just going to be seeing the extra drones continuing to settle. Ling's going to wrap, just going to be seeing the Nexus taking some damage. Stalkers blink in there. A couple of those Lings get chased the other direction. So again, able to put a little bit more work through. Extra Zealots coming over. And again, Bane Speed, Groove Spines, a little bit of everything coming in at this current point. The Stalkers are pressuring. Obviously, we have got Lings, but also Hydras on the way through, so this feels like a good setup. If we can just get the Hydras out is going to be the important part. The Ling's going to try and fight already. Force a big blink back. I think as soon as you force the blink, you just step away here. We're about to get charged as Geralt to give us this kind of Zealot Stalker combination at full strength and get that ready to go as the Lings are going to run through again. We're going to see our Queens and our Hydra still pushing up. The couple of Lings are going to run forward. And we see the Zealot Stalker coming back the other direction again. The Zealots still stepping through. The Stalkers are going to be here. Lings looking to wrap around and get as much done as possible for the next little while. +2 attack coming up. Temple Archives coming into place. And again, Lings, Hydras still producing through. These few Hydras just going to get rid of a couple of additional Zealots as well, making a few more grabs, which is really, really nice in the grand scheme of things. +2 in Storm, continuing to produce. Ling Hydra will be settling on the defense. I think at this point we've already skipped one of the scariest stages as Rogue. That first shove of kind of Zealot Stalker, when you're trying to get the Hydras and so on, can be very scary sometimes. But in this case, we've been able to handle it very, very comfortably. A couple of Lings and the Banes and the Hydras still just stepping through. A couple of the Zealots are getting picked away at. And just see the Zealots getting chased the other direction. Oracle very nearly goes down. And the Lings run up to the high ground here. Storm and +2 again, still building into place. Lings getting to the front. The Hydras and the Banes pushing as well. I mean, big moment here from Rogue because you're about to fight just before the Storm kicks in from Geralt. So this is, in theory, one of your better moments to actually try and take a fight on this side of the map. Once Storm is done, it's going to become much, much harder to see efficient trades without your units just going down and being low HP before they get to the engagement point. So I think that's going to be a pretty huge deal here. As we just have, again, Storm the +2, continue to come about. A couple of moments. Hydra still working on the Nexus. Bane's going to find a lot of probes. He was going to save a few of them, go around the bottom. Sorry, that could be massive. 14, probably could have had 17. Gets the 4th base. That alone is going to be pretty darn good. Problem right now is that Geralt is not stabilizing long enough to actually get a Storm online. Even though he's got it, he can't get the High Templars up. GG's, a Rogue going to break him with this Lingbane Hydra shove through the center, just like that. A bang, boom. And it's going to be a 1-0 lead for Rogue in this best of 3. That was a very comfortable beginning here for our Zergy. Going to game 2 in a second, which will be on Old Republic. See if Geralt can bounce back in the second round. Ain't gonna be a 2-hour series. Maybe stuff game 2 and 3, man. You never know. I don't think all games between Rogue and Geralt are gonna go long, but they do have a possibility of going long, you know. So, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Missing Geralt. We'll be ready to go for game number 2 of this one, guys. Like I say, working our way through the final matches of Group B today. At the end of today, all matches of groups will be played. We'll know who has advanced, and we will have a playoff bracket for you guys. And I will not have the schedule straight away. I'll go offline to make the schedule just to make sure I double check all the players' needs and requirements and stuff. And we might message players and then they ask me to change something, for example. But I'll give you a rough schedule of what to expect for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We can go from there. Ready, GG. Waiting for Geralt to give us the confirmation that he can go too. And we can probably send this. And we can probably send this. Wait for Geralt to say go. Cool. Let's go. Game 2. And let's get this one started. Alright, Old Republic coming up. And get this one on the way. And we settle down to see what will happen And take position as we count down. 3, 2, 1, 0. And the game begins. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to see our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Geralt. He's down a map in this best of 3 series, taking on the red Zerg in the upper right-hand corner of the map. It's Rogue. Just take a couple moments, some calm before some storm. Got a lot of games to cast today, guys. Just resting the voice up a little bit. I traveled over the weekend, and sometimes my voice is a little bit tender after that. A few days off, plus talking to people in loud convention rooms, and then ASC on the plane and in the hotel room. It's always a little killer. So just trying to be sensible going into some longer streams, especially because we have so much StarCraft coming up. It's pretty sick. Well, Queen's coming over. Next is the Cybercore coming about. I settle here for a few moments. Try to decide what we want to do. Links be coming about, a couple of Queens, the drones on the way, the Overlord coming about as well, Stargate, and the Nexus continue to come online for a little while. So continue to put ourselves in position here. Again, Links be coming up, a couple of Queens and those drones all coming about just for a little bit. And again, the Adept and the Warp Gate continue to build for a little while. So we settle that into place. Stargate coming through, a couple of probes are coming around. Again, Warp Gate coming into place just for a little while. As you see, our Queen, drone, the hatchery, link speed, all of that continue to come into play for the moment. Let's see where we will go. So that link speed's about halfway done just at the moment. Still got the warp gate and a couple of probes building through as well. Gonna drop a Nexus down on the third as we speak. So again, putting that straight in position here. And yeah, that probe gonna pull back over from the third over toward the natural. Void Ray, Warp Gate, continue to produce through. Nexus is going to be finishing fairly shortly on that third base. I mean, in a minute or so, but I mean, I don't think there's going to be much that happens before then. What is maybe most interesting right now is the Stargate being used to make a Void Ray. Yeah, I think the Void Ray on the way up is obviously a pretty good indicator of where we're kind of going to. So we get that Void Ray on the way up. It gives you a kind of chance to deny vision, so it's much more difficult for Rogue to know what's going on. To me, it usually means that we're going to do something aggressive behind it, but we're actually just building a robo, which, I mean, if we're just going to build a robo, what are we really going to do for a robo that we want to maybe try and figure out? Pulling is going to nibble Nexus. Order comes back over again. Forge, Gateway, a few probes in the assemblator all coming up at the moment. Just going to see the Queen, a couple of drones and Overlord producing as well. Queen's going to step up there. That Void Ray gets turned back around the other direction. It's getting pushed back for a little while. And again, melee upgrade coming through. Bane Nest coming over. Settling in for now. Oh, melee upgrade still coming through. That Bane Nest coming up as well. Still trying to figure out what we want to do here, perhaps. Let's see, a little stasis ward. Not going to be too impactful. Obviously, one of the nice things about for the Zerg when the Protoss opens with a Void Ray is that the first Oracle does not show up as quickly, and then when it does show up, you've got more defense in position, and there's never really going to be two Oracles unless they go big on that Stargate production. All of these things are really, really powerful. Yeah, all these things are like really powerful because it means that the Zerg you don't have to deal with the things that can do so much to disrupt you early in the game. So, and that's why when you go for the Void Ray, I feel like you always want a bit of trickery or something cool behind it. But we're not really seeing that right now. We do get a few drone kills. We did see some big stasis wards in the end coming through, so Geralt has been successful in the end of this. At the end of the day. Having another upgrade coming about. Still got that Bane Nest, getting that Bane speed. Hydrogen coming through as well. Continue to bring this up again. Attack upgrade finishing. Blink is still on the way through. The Void Ray going to get to you. Overseer will take some damage. It's going to drop. It's going to get cleaned up just initially. Stalker's going to come through. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming over as well. We do have a few moments. The Oracle just flies overhead. Just going to step in for a couple of seconds. And then +2 attack, extended thermal lance, the blink. All of that coming up as well right now. Just a lot of those little bits and pieces through this. Void Ray going to activate onto this hatchery on the top side. The Lings are going to run forward onto the Nexus. Stalkers coming straight about, just going to be seeing the +1 missiles, and that muscular one's coming about. Just coming straight through here. Oracle pulling back over. I mean, Gao just establishing into that 4-base setup. He's gone for producing into the Colossus pretty early. Seems to be a big part of his plan, so setting up with that initially and seeing where we can take things. Bunch more Bane's morph. Hydra's going to step forward, so again, trying to settle in. So the Stalker's still gathered up. A few of those Lings are going to be nearby. Ling, Bane, Hydra going to join up on the right side. Actually ready to collapse in on a couple of different angles of this. So in we go. Ling's going to run through. Colossus getting caught. I mean, this is the problem with Colossus, is they don't deal with the Banelings quickly enough in this sort of scenario where you got to kill them before they get to the point of being really freaking good. Like, if there's a storm, the Banes can't run through because they die before they get to the Nexus. In this case, the Colossus, like I said, they will kill Banelings. But they don't kill that many Banelings quickly enough, and I think that's the issue. Especially in a fight like this. If you're being aggressive and the Banes start coming towards you from one angle, you can kind of kite back and get a few shots on the Banes and clean them up in time, but it's obviously not really what happens here, which is not really ideal, to say the least. Three Stalkers and everything else coming back around. Ling, Bane, Hydra regathering together. Playing his Bane's Hydra still coming forward. Have you seen the Colossus still laser beaming through? Ling Hydra still pushing forward as well. The Colossus stepping back a little. You can see those Hydras still firing through as well. Rogue is looking to end this right now. One of those Colossus solo, if we could just get rid of that, would be really nice, because obviously an extra Colossus dealing damage would be pretty nice just to chew through. Would be pretty decent, honestly, through and through here. going to be seeing the few Hydras coming about, plus 2 missiles coming up as well. Hive is still producing into play, so again, we get that ready to go right now. Let's see what we can make happen here. Hydra's actually going to get close to that prism. I thought if they got underneath, that would have been an easy grab. Well, obviously it would have been, but we don't make anything of that just yet. So we see the storm coming down, just going to be having the rest of this coming through. We are going to be seeing the prism over the right side. Rogue is just continuing to swarm at the front, so again, looking to get to the forward position here for a couple of moments and continue to get that on the go. So still putting some pressure in, still getting some damage done for now. Have ourselves the adrenal glands coming up, a couple of Vipers are coming through as well. Again, a couple of Vipers, adrenal glands, carapace upgrade coming through, the Ultra Cavern coming up as well. We've seen the extra Banes coming about, adrenal glands still building, carapace on the way over. Just going to see some Ling Bane Hydra coming back across, just going the other way. And you're going to be seeing the Ultra Cavern coming through, adrenal glands building. Trying to get the rest of this going at the moment. Another Storm or 2 coming down, a couple of these Banes getting caught as well, so we are getting some more damage dealt. Rogue needs to be careful, because obviously keeping your opponent on 3 bases, yada yada yada, all of this is brilliant, but it's not brilliant if you lose too much in the process. Now, I think he's fine. I don't think he should be too problematic. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers, the Colossus continue to come back around again. Reposition then for a couple of seconds. We are going to be seeing Rogue is just taking a moment to try and get ready to full send this, basically. Ling Bane gathering up. Just going to see the few Zealots are coming through. Just going to be seeing the +2 melee, +2 carapace, Chitinous Plane coming over. Ling Bane trying to settle around. We are going to see the Ultra looking to step forward there. A couple of those Banes. And they push back the other way. A few probes gathering as well. Bane's going to roll through. A couple of Zealots are going to be there. Hydra Bane Ultra coming across. Just going to be seeing the couple of gates coming over. Nexus and the Mothership coming around. Hydra Bane Ultra is setting up once again. The Colossus stepping forward. We're going to try and make a dive onto this position as this army steps back. Main thing for Rogue would be if you could deny the 4th base from coming online again. That's already a win that you don't need to do much else with. I mean, I'm surprised these Vipers are having such difficulty. I mean, I guess we've got High Templars. I guess we've got feedbacks, but expected to see a couple of Viper abducts or so by now going off. There's the attempt on the base. I kind of wouldn't hate that Ultra trying for some of the High Templars. Yeah, I mean, you're already killing the 4th base off, right? These few Lings around the side have been an absolute pain in the butt here right now for Geralt, keeping him in a very awkward position where he has to keep on respecting this, and yet that's obviously going to make things very, very difficult in general. Spire coming through, +2 Carapace coming up. Continue to bring this around at the moment. The extra High Templar will just come about as well. And the rest of this coming through. Spire coming up into place. There's going to be seeing a couple extra ultras coming in, plus 2 carrot base, plus 3 melee upgrade coming in online as well. And Hydras and the rest are just going to be pulling back for a few moments. So again, just going to be pulling back away from there for a little bit. Rest of the Stalkers coming back along, just going to continue to settle for a little while again, see where we can get to, see what we're doing. And Ultras, plus 3 melee, the rest of that continue to come through. It's a big push from Geralt. I mean, we've got to kill this army just one time. You've got the rebuild potential here as Rogue, so if you can just kill a good chunk of this army, that alone would be good, but a lot of the Banes go down very quickly here. Rogue unable to take the fight into this so far. Let's see, the Ultra's still trying to dive into this. Now Geralt's army disappearing. Of course, Rogue has a lot of units in reproduction. They're going to come back up. These last few Ultras are just going to send it and kill what they can. Somehow, so many High Templars survived this through everything else that happened. I did not expect as many High Templars to survive that as they did. That's going to be seeing the last scraps of this fight seem to be going the way of Rogue. Like I say, with reinforcements coming through, he should just be fine. The Ling's obviously not super great, but there's no High Templar left. The Ultras are going to be very difficult to deal with at this stage. There's one Immortal. Okay, there's 2 Immortals. These units on the right side are actually not bad. The Archons have to morph in, though, and they should just be free pickings. We could just jump on those. The Mothership on the left will slowly be getting handled as well, and Rogue is going to close this game out as he gets this rounded through. Ultras are going to keep coming forward. Still warping in, plus 3 melee upgrade coming about as well. The rest of these Ultras are still stepping through, the rest of the Lings stepping over as well. A few more Zealots get warped in. Again, Ultras, Lings, Corruptor coming about, another Zealot and Probe in production. Just going to see these Ultras still chomping through a bunch of these workers. 10, 11, 12, 13, 18 probes. GG's called. Rogue takes it 2-0 over Geralt. All right, Rogue gets a big win for him, goes up to 2-1. That will put Geralt at 0-4, unable to advance from this point after losing a trigger. He will play solo at the end of the day. We'll come back and round out on that for a little bit. We're going to jump to Korea for a Rogue versus ByuN series. We're going to get that on the go, guys. I'm just going to BRB a couple minutes and just throw the break screen up. I'm going to grab myself a drink and stuff, so I'll be right back with you after this quick set of ads. I'll see you guys in a moment. And thank you, Dustin's Place, for the 44-month resub before I forget as well. I meant to say that and I got distracted. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready to go on Tourmaline for the next few moments. For some ByuN Rogue action. Alrighty, let's get this set up and ready to go. Cool. Oh, I'm missing Rex was in here. He's not in here right now, so let's get Rex in. Should be able to go into this TVZ, guys. Ready from the players. Hi, readies. Sorry, from ByuN. Just waiting for Rogue. Oh, he readied up way higher up. Perfect. All right, TVZ coming at you then. Let's get this ready to go. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys joining us and everything. Good to see you all. And you get this ready to rumble. All right, let's get this on the way. Top right-hand side is going to be our blue Zerg player Rogue. Bottom left is going to be our red Terran player ByuN. As we get this ready to rumble. And let's see what is going to happen. Again, how's everyone doing in the chat? Hope everyone's having a great day. Thank you for joining us so far. Alrighty, so ByuN in the bottom left, Rogue in the upper right, and we get this ready to go. And as we see what will happen, we get this on the way. So we'll see what happens and get this on the way and get into some action here. Bring this about and get some TVZ rolling. No low ground barracks, so no multi-racks Reaper, it would seem, from ByuN at least, as we get started just initially. Get that on the way and try and see how things will go. And again, just the hatch and the pool coming about. A couple of drones coming in, a Reaper in the orbital going over as well. Get that started. So we're going to start firing, put some damage in, and try and see what we can do. But dodges back out over the other side, just escaping out of here. Link speed, drones in the hatchery all building up. Command center's coming through. Get that on the way. Yeah, Link speed's about halfway. Just gonna have the queen coming up, a couple of drones coming by, hatch coming in as well. Just gonna get that on the move. to bring that over for a little while here. Again, just going to be seeing a hatchery, so coming up, a few extra drones and that link speed all building into place. Command center in the starboard coming into position. Hellions coming through. Queens and the Reaper going to gather. Link speed will be coming up as well. So yeah, we bring a lot of that into play for these next few moments, getting that settled. A couple queens pull across as well. Drones, the queen, again, banishing the Hellions, all coming around as well. Continue to bring this into play right here. So again, just get that settled in for the moment. Get that all on the go. A couple of Hellions coming through. Just going to see our drones and company coming about as well. Trying to find as much opportunity as possible and just have ourselves the, again, Hellions the Reaper making their way across the map for a few moments, so getting that on the go, keep that on the move for a little while longer. A couple of queens going to be there, Hellions the Reaper again pushed back the other way for a little while at the moment. Drones, Evos, Queens, all of this coming about, so we take a few more moments and again still set up. Raven and the Stim Pack coming through on his line as well. Continue to get that build up for a little bit. See this Banshee gonna fly, a couple of these drones will go down. You do have the Raven and the Stim continue to come back around as well. So again, trying to see what else we got on the go for a little bit there. Get that a moving, get that a continuing. Just for now. Yeah, melee upgrades, carapace upgrades, all of that building through. We get a little bit of this on the go. Having our Hellions and the Reaper moving around for a little while. Again, Stim Pack 1-1 upgrades all building about. The melee upgrades coming through. The Hellions and the Reaper get back around that left side. The Raven joins up. Stim Pack is finished, so we have ourselves the power on the Bio Army, although obviously no Bio Army really here just yet. And that's coming about, a couple hatcheries and that lair continue to come through as well. It's going to go fine. A couple of those crypt tumors getting picked away at for a little while, so again we get a little bit more work done. Just for the moment, again trying to see what else we can find for a little bit. See that Banshee already trying to put some of that damage on, so again, just some light pressure with the Hellion Banshee, keeping us safe, keeping us steady. Rogue and ByuN actually traded a lot of matches lately. I feel like Rogue started to really power back up again in this ZVT matchup. The ZVP has been his struggle, I think, and we saw a little bit of that even in that second game against Geralt, where I felt like he actually got in a great position, and still the end of the game was a bit of a struggle to get to. Finding that actual finishing blow was not easily done. But his ZVT has always been, even, you know, for a long time, has had elements of, you know, being amazing as always, and I do feel like more recently Rogue has continued to find that. As you can see, ByuN finds himself a couple queens here. The Hellions back on the right side. The tank's going to siege in a fine position, a bit far back, very safe place for them to be. Provides you good coverage, and we are going to bring the Hellions back to protect them as well. The Overlord sees everything, but will go down for that information gathered. And Rogue, not quite supply block. ByuN is supply block, though. No depots on the way, so big supply block just called down a supply depot, it seems like. Try and fix that. She feels very, very necessary based on what we just saw, so big move right there. Banshee gonna get a few more shots off, a few more hits coming through already. actually going to see these Lings trying to run by, but Marines are catching them, getting a lot of damage done. More Marines in the natural wall, so there's just a bunch of Lings going down and gaining absolutely zero functions at all. Going to be a great little trade as we pull back over. The Marines pulling back into the Medivacs. Getting set back up again. Gonna have those Marines looking to unload once more over on the side, so just repositioning the Marines in the tank coming around. Also, just going to see a few of those Marines getting caught and the Banes crashing through. Marines and the tanks are still stepping their way up here, so again, putting some more damage in. Just going to see the Marines are going to take a stim. The Queens and the Banes are going to run forward. Medivacs will load up a few of these units, drop them back down to the low ground. 2-2 upgrades building still from ByuN. The Lings are going to actually be able to slide on through. Just going to jump on top of this tank, jump on top of these Marines. The extra Bane's going to run in. The run by is actually very scary. Rogue's up down a lot of supply, but if you can get a bunch of SCVs here and pulls ByuN back, maybe this is the difference. Make it 25 workers. The connection so far is huge. Unless these SCVs gathering, the Banelings will look to get some grabs. Connect they do. 33 SCVs now down. Well, it's definitely a supply evener. However, it doesn't really relieve you from the army supply pressure ByuN currently has. It's going to relieve you from reinforcements. Next minute or two, if Rogue survives through it, is going to look great for him, though. Right? Viper's on the way. Upgrades finishing. I actually think this gets to be very good for Rogue in the end, as ByuN needs to find value right now with this advantage that he's working with. Just straight up needs to find that right here. I don't think there's any other way around this at this point. I mean, he can start to rebuild some SCVs, and he's going to do that. He gets rid of this hatchery. Still a 4-base Zerg play. I mean, to be fair, ByuN's trying to come up to 4 bases as well. A few Lings going to find just a couple of Marines defensively. That's not going to be good enough from ByuN. So going to remain in trouble over in this position as well. The rest is Hellbat stepping up. A little bit Marine Marauder stepping through as well. We get a Zergling over here, so that's going to be another nice grab we can find for now. We're seeing the rest of this Marine tank army continue to pull back over. +3 melee, +3 carapace. Chitinous plating. Ultras continue to come through. Just going to get that. Just going to be having this hatchery going to get caught. Just going to put some damage onto it. That's going to be taken out. So hatchery down. Obviously, becoming a scrappy game. Important for ByuN to try and limit some of this at the moment, right? We need to do a little bit of this work overall. Just going to see the Lings continuing over. Marine going to get caught. Water Mines will unburrow. Resetting for a little bit as well. Trying to reestablish some control. Lings, Banes, the Ultra's going to step through. Viper's going to be there. A couple of Water Mines pulling back. Again, Drilling Claws, 3-3 upgrades. Continue to come around as well. It's just getting a bunch of that ready to rumble. A little anti-arm missile going down also. Just for the moment. Big shove through Rogue. Did the damage, powered the army up, survived the moments he needed to, got to the powerful position, and he's going to take the 1-0 lead off of ByuN with that shove on through. GG says ByuN, and Rogue gets that advantage heading into a game 2 with that lead as mentioned. Yeah, powerful stuff from Rogue. That run by really saving him. He needed something to try and dismantle a bit of the control that was happening. Second map will be Tyto Citadel. We'll load this up. Just thinking, do we need to run ads? I've got 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna run the ads, guys. I'm more afraid of them having a 20+ minute game than I am of them having like a 5-minute or less game. So let's send the ads and see. Just in case, I'd rather be safe than sorry. If it does end up being a shorter game, then at the end of the day, it just means we don't run ads later on instead. So rather safe than sorry, though. Don't want us to get missing out on the action or anything. As we just wait for raid readies up in GG's. Ready. 5. I'm missing the caster though. Missing the Rex. There we go. Get him in here. upside of it, workers start, we can run ads early in the game. Surely not with all the new innovative cheese, though. We're going to miss everything. Alright, Tiger Citadel coming through game 2. Rogue just deals with that push and just gets some damage done behind it. Absolutely massive stuff. Huge deal. Very, very cool. Alright, let's jump into the top left side. It's going to be Rogue, our blue Zergy. And the bottom right, our red Terran is going to be ByuN. Alright, we kick this off and get this started. Bring this one about as we have ByuN and Rogue settling us down for some more games in this WardiTV Spring Championship group stage. I mentioned Rogue, obviously he improved to 2-1 with the win over Geralt. ByuN is currently 1-1 as well, so win for him puts him into the positives. It's kind of actually, this group gets very interesting because Skilless is already confirmed to advance. There's only 2 slots up for grabs between Trigger, Rogue, Solar, and ByuN, who are all very capable players of advancing out of a group like this, I would say. So matches like this are becoming very, very important. And yeah, really starting to set the stage for who is going to be moving through here and so on as we continue by. A couple queens, couple lings. The ling speed coming up. A lot of this into position for a few moments. Just going to get that on the go. Tech lab's coming about. The SCV's on the way. Reactor and the refinery coming through. And a couple of those Marines is gathering together. Lings gather up as well. Lings be coming through. Stimpak on the way. So we're going to bring a lot of that around as we just have the Stim and the Marines continue to get a going here. The Ling speed building take a few moments and all of that as well. Marine's going to be in position, so we push that around, chase that away. Queen, drones all coming about, and we just have ourselves still in combat shield early, so this big bio play set up from ByuN with the 3 barracks, and so we'll be able to apply pressure with that, but you've always got to be careful, right? A stim too early can put you in a weird place, so there's definitely a lot to think about in that regard. Definitely a good amount for us to look at there. And the few Marines gather up. I'm just going to see combat shield Stimpak continue to build through for a little while. Marines are going to get there. Ling going to get grabbed. Stimpack Combat Shield all continue to build up for a few moments. So again, we get that moving. Marines head to the upper left again. A little bit of a look to see what's going on. I'm just going to see those Marines gathering. Going to knock down a creep tumor for a few moments as well. Marines is going to get there. A couple of Lings go back the other way. Carapace, Queens, Lings all continue to come through. Again, the attack upgrade coming about. That starport coming up. SCVs are still producing. Rest of those Lings coming back over again. Drones, the Queens continue to produce at the moment. Bring that around. Let's just hold on the watchtower. So we take a couple seconds to gather that part up. We're just going to gather again, melee and carapace all building through, so we just join together here. We wait for this push. I mean, we know that ByuN's going to have a bit more bio than usual. Is Rogue ready for this? I mean, the issue is it's going to be no Bane speed. He's going to have carapace, which is nice against the +1 attack upgrade, though. The Queens on their own is not a great start for Rogue at all. ByuN gets a bunch of damage done. It's going to be tough. We need the Banelings now, as losing the Queens alone is already a big deal just for the future. ByuN going to take what he can get. We see the Banes are going to be ready to maybe run through on this, maybe get a little bit more done. The Bane's going to come in from that right-hand side. I eventually just lift and leave, but ByuN just did mega damage. You get in, you kill what? That was like 7 Queens. 6 Queens go down. Tons of Lings. Resources lost 450 to 2100. It's not a fair fight so far. It is not a fair fight at all right now is the scenario here. There's a few Marines come back over, just going to unload out of this medevac. Again, Burrow coming through, +2 carapace, +1 melee. Bane Nest, Bane Speed, all the good stuff coming through. A bunch of extra Lings coming about once again. So got the +2 attack and the +1 armor coming about. Vehicle weapons coming into play. Orbital Command Factory. SCVs and company coming through also. Again, that Baneling speed is not far from being done here. And just have that Burrow coming up. The Bane Speed coming into play. +1 melee, +2 carapace. Continuing to produce at the moment. Marines going to get there, grab a Ling for a few moments as well, so we get a little grab on that. So a few Marines pulling back over the other side once again. It's going to be seeing the Marines loading back up into the medevacs. Pull back over here, Ling Bane coming through. Again, Marines going to be loaded up and evacuating for the moment. Just unload the Marines out one more time. Seeing what we can find. Having the T2 upgrades building. That drilling claws coming about, +1 vehicle weapons coming through also. The rest of these Marines unloading out of these medevacs are still coming about there. We're going to have the medevacs doing a little bit more healing. Again, T2 upgrades coming around right now. We're going to load up and relocate a little bit, just for a little while. Medevacs load, just going to come boosting over. Take a couple seconds here. The rest of the Marines coming by, just going to be seeing the +2 melee upgrade continue to come about as well, so continue to get that on the way over. One Marine shot's going to hit those Lings. The Bane's taking damage. Marine stepping through. A couple of Bane's taking some shots already. Just going to see the Widowmine going to connect some of the Ling Bane as well. A bit more damage being dealt. Marine's going to load up. We come back across for a couple moments. Again, +2 melee building through. Just going to be having the Marines gathering back to the center of the map. ByuN massively ahead on supply. I mean, not really much else to be said right now. We kind of know where this one's going. We kind of know what's happened here. We kind of know what's been taking place in the grand scheme of things from ByuN. He just got it super far ahead. I mean, we're trying to play catch-up. We'll see if we can maybe play catch-up. Maybe a chance to get back into this with... if we can just hold out as Rogue. Those resources lost like now. 5.5 to 1k. It's pretty disgusting. We've killed 130 Lings and we've lost 18 Marines in a mine. Jesus. If ByuN lets Rogue have time, honestly, I don't even think time saves you here. Because, I mean... Okay, obviously if ByuN does nothing, but like, is there any way that ByuN doesn't do anything? He's sat across the map already, right? Like, Rogue needs a miraculous defense and he needs to do so much damage across the map. Like, 10 SCVs doesn't even scratch the surface of the lead that ByuN has at this point in the game. Obviously, last few moments, even still now, 9.3k to 2.3k. It's a 7k resource loss difference. Usually you see that number come about at like 25, 30k resources. But this is so early in the game for that amount of difference. And obviously Rogue is now killing SCVs, but he's going to lose drones on the top side of the map, so he's going to lose a lot of the advantage which he had over there. So that's going to be disappearing. I think this one is a little bit cooked, guys, for the Rogue. He just has no money in the bank either, right? So every single moment he's just constantly in this situation of trying to just survive and build up on whatever he's got. It's not great. It is not great. Ling Bane coming back around, resetting over there. Joining everything back once more. I'm gonna get rid of some extra few units. Ling Bane will settle over. Just gonna go for a bit of a move. We are gonna be seeing a few Marines unloading as well, trying to see what else is going on. Just gonna be seeing again a bunch more SCVs going down, but only 8. I say a bunch more, but 8 SCVs isn't that much. Still about a 9k resource loss difference. I'm fascinated by the resources lost in this game now. We brought it up a couple times. So, yeah. Well, a couple more Lings heading down. Bio4's going to get there, play cleanup. Again, we got the Ultra, the Viper coming through. 3-3 upgrades are all coming up as well, so we bring as much of that in as we possibly can for the moment. Ultra, the Banes, the Spire coming through, the extra couple starports coming up, the Sensor Tower and the Command Center is building in as well. Just for now. ByuN's going to move out to the bottom left. He's still got this position on the top, by the way. I mean, he's not doing a lot with it, but it's still a presence he holds on this map. I mean, Rogue's right, obviously come counterattacking and running by. Well, these Ultras, I'm not going to say they have no hope. They have the upgrades to maybe make something impactful happen. I guess we shall see as we just see the Lings run through. A couple of those SCVs getting picked off. The Bioforce continue to kite back away from those Ultras. Now we turn back around again. All those lifting. Still maintaining this lead. 10k resource loss difference by ByuN. I mean, Rogue is basically playing in a way that's making it hard for ByuN to kill him. As 18 SCVs go down, we've also killed a few drones. We're going to catch some Banes. Let's see the Bio stepping through again. A couple of these Ultras are going to get jumped on pretty quickly here. I'm just going to be seeing the Ultra on the other side going to go down. Parasitic bombs all across these medevacs. Patchy will fall. GG says Rogue. ByuN had to set up to win this one for a little while. Is going to get there. Is going to get the dub. And it's going to be 1-1. Tied up in this series. Best of 3. Going to be going the distance once again, which is what we love to see. Heading into a third map, which I believe was going to be Mothership. Yes, big map for a game 3 here between these two. All right, let's get it going then. Let's get Mothership started up for Rogue and ByuN. Myself out of the player slot because I'm not going to stand half a chance against Rogue. Give ByuN the opportunity instead to play this game 3 and start it off. Let's kick it off and let's get going. Let's get ready to go. Yeah, there was it's one of those games where like at certain points the numbers got a little close, but the reality is like we were never really close, you know? We were never really close. We were never really going to see that game coming back the other way, so alright, let's jump in. As we have ourselves 1-1 tied up, Rogue and ByuN here in the WardiTV Spring Championship group stages. Thanks for joining us so far. Game 3 here on Mothership as we get going. Rogue's in the bottom, as you can see. ByuN will be in the upper right-hand side. Big map for this final game. I'm excited to see where this goes and what happens. We're moving about, taking some positions, getting set up for a little while, try to see what we can do. Follow an Overlord, just heading in the wrong direction, unfortunately to begin with, but not really much else we can do there. It is a guessing game at the start of Mothership. This first over, you may not find much, but you will find what his opponent is not. You can get in position for some more info later. Orbital on the way, Reaper on the way, add a CC in there as well. Continue to settle for a little bit against one pool coming up, hatching the drone, building by as well, so again get some extra bits and pieces coming through for the moment. And get all this underway, so far looking cozy. Overlord still going across the map just for the moment. We're going to fight a couple of drones to take some damage. A few Lings are going to come across. Just going to fight that a little bit. Queen's and the Ling speed continue coming through for a few moments. Again, getting a lot of that on the way just initially. Bring that into play. Looking good. Queen's gathering battling speed, building. Again, a few drones coming through, and we just have an early game, which is going to be pretty chilled out. As ByuN is going to go into the 3 racks again. I'd be very shocked if this had a similar effect to last game. Last game also is one of those things where, because the start was so bad for Rogue, it had that knock-on effect, like you just keep on trading very ineffectively the whole time. And so without that initial starting point, I'd be interested to see how that actually really goes this time around. Be interesting to see how that plays out. Alright, well, we've got the stim pack coming through. A few Marines are coming up for a couple of moments as well. Bringing a lot of that into play just initially. Yeah, the stim coming through, Marines in the factory coming up as we speak, so bring that around, getting that going. Gonna figure out what's gonna happen. Roach building through, the few drones and the Queen coming up as well. Combat Shield and the stim pack continue to produce for a little bit, so again, we get a lot of that going here just for the moment. Set this up. Sorry guys, yeah, there is a third CC, you guys are not wrong. I'm talking about extra barracks. It is a little bit funky though, because if Rogue over defends against these Marines this time, and the reality is that ByuN is actually heading into the he's actually heading into this triple CC and then the extra barracks. Yeah, it goes a bunch differently. Get the Ling's gonna get it, Reaper. And the Marines just gonna try and contest those. Building roaches as rogues, so this is where it's one of those scenarios where it's like, as ByuN, you're happy about this, right? Because your economy is going to be pretty much booming this game, and your opponent's building roaches, which are less than ideal, you know, long term. And I don't think ByuN is going to be under any threat of, like, there's going to be like a 1-1 roach time or anything. Like, the setup is not there for that, so I don't think the 1-1 roach time is going to be very powerful, in which case I think ByuN's very happy with seeing roaches here. Like, yes, these Marines might not do tons of damage, but his economy behind this is so good that he doesn't need to do tons of damage anyway, right? So yeah, feeling pretty good about this as the Marines back off, medevac on the way, the rest of this coming over for a little bit longer. And stimming up, a couple of roaches going down. Again, 1-1 still coming about. The melee and the carapace coming through. That roach speed being added on as well. Bringing a lot of this up and into play. The orbital moves over, and again a few Lings stepping over for a little while also. Gathering through for the moment. And step up. Marines get rid of a couple of them already. It's gonna be some nice grabs. And road draft is still gathering together. Melee upgrades coming through because of shells, 1-1 upgrades, and some company coming about as well. Just for the moment. Let's do attack. We'll be building. The Marines and the medevacs coming back through again. Still got the bailing speed coming up. Everything else coming by. So yeah, we settle for a little longer. The Ravage are going to be here. The medevacs move off over to the edges. And still just pulling back through, and again figuring out what we want to maybe try and do for ourselves on the majority of this right now. Marine's gonna have to lift back up into those medevacs, just back away initially. Not gonna settle down for that much longer here. I pull it back. Bioforce gonna settle just on the edge of creep. I'm happy to kind of make some slow and steady progress at this point. Just gonna be seeing the again, holding the position, but not going too far. Now, the tank's actually fired onto one of the Lings on the left side initially, so not going to get that much damage on the roaches. The tank's going to get exposed here, and Rogue blasting off that creep threat into this fight. Most importantly, knocking the tanks down super quickly. By knocking the tanks down quickly, the rest of this becomes much more plausible, much more quickly, basically. So that really is a pretty big benefit right from the very get-go. Big win right there. As we reset. A few moments. ByuN, we're gonna step through. Medevac's overhead, just gonna be seeing the Queens and the Lings pulling back over for a little bit. Just gonna be having the Marines pulling into that corner. That's a Baneling. Feel the Lings going down also. Just gonna be seeing the Vipers. Gonna drop a couple of parasitic bombs down. Those Medevacs taking some damage. ByuN still pushing through. A couple of Banes crash in. This Bio army continue to come about. We unload once again over to the sides. And we are gonna be having ByuN trying to find some damage, trying to scrap it up. I mean, Rogue is remaxing. Doesn't have a ton of money spare, but I think ByuN is actually going to be in some trouble here, to be honest. Tough one, I think, as you see the Ultras and the Lings pulling back through, up to the top, moving over in that direction. Bringing that back around, as you do have the rest of this army gathering back up together again. Just resetting here for a few moments. Dive on through. Nice little blinding cloud going to come down. A couple of Widow Mines going to hit these Ultras. And ByuN on the off-creep fight is going to look very good. And he's actually going to step forward, defends his fourth base, pushes the Ultras back the other way. Actually kind of a rough moment for Rogue, because despite everything that's gone on in this game, resources lost is a little bit favorable to ByuN, but not as crazy as before. But Rogue just has no bank account, so rebuilding takes everything. So it's very scary. And you're rebuilding Ultras. They take a little while to happen as well, so not exactly ideal. Medevac's load up again. A couple of Infestors and the Ultra still coming about. 3/3 upgrades on the way through. Medevac, Marauder, the Ling Bane all coming about as well here, trying to do what we can. ByuN's going to get a jump onto this hatch. Take a moment or so to settle this into position. Going to be there. A couple of Widow Mines going to start burrowing. Ling Bane going to try and move through as well. So looking for a little bit of a push. They're going to play. ByuN going to hold tight for a little bit. As Lings gather. Just rejoin for a few moments. I mean, ByuN is one of the... I feel like ByuN's a really good player at being able to turn this game from like a very aggressive kind of, very aggressive kind of like, I'm fighting, I'm put in position, then, oh crap, I'm in trouble, defend, let's start just camping out and playing a bit more macro essentially long term. This gathering back around. Medevac joining up a few moments, taking a little bit of time. Ling Bane gathering. Again, the Medevac's going to come boosting down through the bottom side as well. Well, Liberator is going to see Jub. Rogue is going to try and obviously hit the counterattacks at this stage, try and deal with this a little bit. Who's now more ahead here? This is one of the moments where the game gets very kind of murky, because I feel like Rogue's position is okay, but I feel like ByuN is fine being on 4 base defending. The thing is from ByuN as well is that the 5th base on the top side of the map becomes very easily takeable as well. So I actually think the pressure is more on Rogue. I think ByuN is already at the point where he's like, okay, I'm good for the game for now. Like, yeah, I don't need, feel pressure to do anything. Is anyone in particular winning? I don't think so. I think the rest of this just comes down now to basically say, let's see what happens, Let's see what takes place. I don't think there's any necessary rush to put things into play here, basically. So, a couple Lib Siege up. There's Ultra Bane Force pushing through. ByuN going to kite back. A couple Widow Mine shots going off on the Ultras as well. I'm just going to stay sitting tidy. Just going to see the Bioforce getting through for a little bit more damage again. Hatcher going down. Just going to see the Infestor getting caught. A couple of these Ultras still moving through. We kite back once more. Vipers are going to go through a Blinding Cloud or two onto the Medivacs. Ooh, just turn it away from stopping the other Medivacs going down. It's really nicely done. Now the rest of the Bioforce pulling back over again. So we step back over here. Stepping out of there for a moment or so. The Ling's going to gather up. Rest of this trying to gather back around. And just having this Bio Army continuing through, 10 Broodlords are going to be on their way. So seeing 10 Broodlords being brought up, the 20 Banelings being added on as well. It's just, a lot of that coming straight into position here. Add a Corruptor into the mix as well. It's just going to be seeing that as a little additional. The Vipers overhead. And the Bio going after a couple of those Changelings for a few moments as well. So again, just getting a little bit more done for a few moments. Reasonable. Medivacs plus 2 vehicle weapons. The extra factors coming into play also. Broodlord's already going to be fighting back the other direction. Trying to do what we can. It's interesting that we went Brood so quickly here as Rogue. He clearly felt comfortable to kind of get Broods going. Usually Broods are like a one-time switch. Uses it pretty quickly. What this is going to allow him to do is put a lot of pressure on you as ByuN. Put a lot of pressure on ByuN before ByuN is really kind of super ready to set up against Broodlords. He's going to maybe put pressure on ByuN before he's really super comfortable on this higher base count, which could then maybe give you a bit of an edge trying to break these bases down as Rogue as you go into this kind of larger army as well, right? Rogue really needs to take these Broodlords as an opportunity to... yeah, I feel like we need to take this as an opportunity to expand up the left side. Get bases up. Like, these Broods are going to take some time for ByuN to deal with. He's going to take some tech for him to deal with. So I think this is absolutely the moment where you just have to try and capitalize on getting the rest of the map up while we can here. The Bioforce stepping through, the Ghost coming forward, the Broodlords are still here. ByuN trying to fight it back the other direction at the moment. Trying to handle this as well as we can so far. CC just going to lift off, just going to be pulling over for a few moments as well. Army settles, the Broodlords gathering. Rest of these Broods just gather up for a few moments. So again, we join in. A couple of Widow Mines go off. A bit more damage done. A bit more being found. And Broodlords are still kind of staying alive as well, which I really like. He's actually building into more of them. How many did we lose so far? 1. Yeah, he's maintaining the Broodlords. I mean, to be fair, ByuN, he only built 1 Thor, and I'm surprised he's not going into more anti-Broodlord. Maybe he just truly can't afford it. Maybe this Broodlord timing was actually a stroke of genius in the grand scheme of things. Maybe a little stroke of genius. Fire stepping through. A couple of drones already going down. This hatchery immediately in some trouble. Broodlord's putting that pressure on, putting that damage out. Just continue to drop into position here. Viking going to get through to try and turn this back around. The Thor, the Marine Marauder all coming up. A couple Widow Mine shots going to get going. into the Brood Lords as well. The rest of the Brood's still firing away. Corrupt is stepping forward. I mean, big fight for Rogue. Because if these Brood Lords fight through and survive through this, he's going to be in an amazing spot. But if they do get cleaned up, I do think it gives ByuN that breathing room he's looking for. Rogue is not mega rich. His army was very expensive, so the resources he's banked up. I mean, he's also only on 67 drones. It's not like he's banking up off of 80 workers behind this. He is going to kill more workers here. ByuN's not exactly kind of, mining a ton either, but it is going to be an army from ByuN, which from here on out, I think is going to be very tough for Rogue to deal with. And as he builds more and more Brood Lords, I'm actually less and less convinced that that's going to end up okay for him, because the more Brood Lords we have, the less I really believe there's going to be much that can happen there. So, yeah. I think we get into a little bit of a difficult place at this point. A little bit of a difficult place. Just going to be seeing the medevacs gathering around. Brood Lord's still going to be there, firing up a few more shots. A little more damage being done. Just going to have ourselves the units gathering around. All we're going to drop back down into position straight away. Army just continuing over. I'm just going to be seeing all this gathering through. The Brood Lords are going to be there. Ghosts are going to be ready to try and fight back for a little while. And again, a couple of Ghosts, the Marine Marauder, all coming by. Those Brood Lords are going to try and hold out in the center. Queens are going to be there. Our army trying to step through this, trying to look as powerful as we possibly can right here. Is it going to be enough? The Thor going to fight the Queens as well. I mean, Rogue is just not going to break through. The Broods are such a... Nice bundles. Okay, hold on a moment. I was about to be moping the loss of these Brood Lords, but they are going to hold a little bit longer. I was about to say the Brood Lord is such an all-in commitment, because if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work, but... Again, the Brood's getting turned back around the other direction. Once again, he is going to turn the other way. Push back over this side. Fire still stepping through, a couple more snipes coming down. The Brood Lords keep taking damage. Fire Force still stepping forward. Lings are taking a bunch of damage as well. ByuN is just coming out of this with more army supply still. And it's like I say, Rogue has never had an insane economy. He's never had like 80 plus workers in this game. It's been 60-ish and 60 to 65 at best, right? So it's kind of a big deal breaker at the end of the day. Lings will step over the Banes as well. A couple of Broodlings coming down onto the Thors. They're going to get cleaned out also. This Bioforce is going to keep pushing through. ByuN is going to have enough to take a hatchery down. At this point, I just don't think you recover. The only thing that really gets you a chance to recover here, I think, is probably a scenario where... Yeah... Probably a scenario where we hit a like really good fungal or two on creep and gets a... I'm struggling to figure out. I mean, ByuN's economy is low. If you get one wipe on this army, maybe it's possible. So I'm like thinking like maybe like I say, fungal plus Banes crashing against a pre-split Terran army. I think it's impossible. As the EMP came down, only one fungal landed. We got a Blinding Cloud. It's nice, but it's just not enough. 50 army supply lead. ByuN is going to wrestle his way to victory on Mothership, and in this series against Rogue, who will drop to 2-2. ByuN will improve to 2-1. We've got a couple ByuN matches in general to go still, as this one gets wrapped up. ByuN, I believe, is playing Trigger next, actually, so ByuN against Trigger as the next matchup. That will remain on Korea for us. In fact, we stay on Korea for the next few matches in general. That's awesome. So yeah, ByuN versus Trigger coming through in a couple moments' time. Let me find... Trigger. Okay, we'll give Trigger a couple moments, but yeah, ByuN Trigger, some TVP going to be up next for us, guys. I've been going to break screen a lot today, guys. I think I'm just going to nip to the bathroom quickly, so we will be right back. More StarCraft coming through in a few moments, and when we return, like I say, some more SE2, more games coming up. I'll see you guys for that very shortly. And I will see you guys in just a couple minutes. It's going to be ByuN Trigger up next. Winter Madness is going to be our opening map for ByuN versus Trigger, guys. Get this started here in a second. Yo, what's up, Lambo? Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Working our way through some WardiTV Spring Championship stuff here. Today we got getting to the end of Group B. And yeah, getting this rounded out, getting this wrapped up today. We are about to have Trigger play his last match. He's 1-3, not officially eliminated yet as Geralt is. But a loss here would eliminate him, and then it would be down to a race of Solo, ByuN, and Rogue to really determine who gets out of this group. Big win for ByuN against Rogue. Brings him up to 2-1. Rogue 2-2. Rogue has Solo left to play against. It's going to get kind of tense in the last few rounds of this one, I think. So, getting excited. Trigger ready. ByuN ready. Wait, did I just forget Rex? Yeah, I just forgot Rex. Hang on. My bad. Started without one of the casters. Try this one again. Let's get this one back up and rolling, guys. Alrighty. Back on track. Winter Madness, map number 2. Sorry, map number 1 of this best of 3. My brain just got scared because I just had to reset and we had a bit of a crazy moment or so. Jumping into Winter Madness. Let's send it. Let's send it already. In the top left-hand side, our blue Protoss player is going to be Trigger. As in the bottom right, our red Terran is ByuN. Trigger's instantly on the map with a probe, so aggro from the very beginning on this one to begin with. Frank's gas coming about, SCV on the way. Probe and the pylon coming online here for a little bit. as we get settled into position and figure out where we want to go, figure out what we want to do. Yeah, getting the assimilator coming online, probe is coming into place, and it is obviously that forward gateway to start things off here and make it forward double gateways. A trigger very aggressive to begin with here on Winter Madness. Probe steps over, SCV gonna get nibbled at, some damage done. SCVs will nibble at our probie, and again, we found a little bit extra. This going for a few moments. Looking very reasonable so far, nothing too crazy. I'm just gonna have the Zealot, the Cyber Core, the probe coming about, Command Center and the SCV coming through as well. Put some damage in. I'm just gonna get those Zealots popping. Again, because of shells and the Marauder coming into position as well, so we get that on the go too. For a little while. Yeah, the cancel on the CC, obviously that's just expected. What's funny is the Marauder here, I feel like is actually very good for you. Like, okay, you don't do good damage against the Zealots, but against the Stalkers, the Marauders with Concussor Shell is actually going to be very good. So yeah, we're going to poke up this ramp. Bunker's nearly done already. I think ByuN's going to be absolutely fine in this scenario. 2 Marauders. Just need to get them into the bunker. We'll lose a couple of SCVs, but like I say, the main thing is you can right-click the Stalkers, right? And the moment the Stalkers are the ones taking damage, then you're immediately in some trouble. Because then they can't stick around forever. The Zealots are just hitting depots. They're not going to do much. A Marine and an SCV walk into the main base of the Protoss and will force a pretty major probe pull against it. Trigger will not lose workers, but this is a lot of mining time being lost as this Marine tries to put himself in the corner. Actually, does lose 1 worker in the end as well, so it's a lot of mining time minus a worker. Pretty good little follow-up attack right there. It's not bad at all. Factory moves over, just going to drop onto the tech lab here. Again, the Marine just going to sit with a couple of Marauders in the bunker for a few moments. So we gather about, hanging in there for a little bit. That's going to be seeing 2 Stalkers going to get back onto the depot for a few moments as well. Get some worker damage in. Zealots, Stalkers continue to come back around. And you do have the blink on the way. Obviously, ByuN has to play pretty slowly to the low ground with the way that this has started off. That should not be too much of a shocker, so playing a bit slowly towards the low ground orbital here. Just going to move that over right now, get that in position, and away we shall go. Orbital. Try and drop down to the natural. The Adept Shade blocks it for a few more seconds. May as well get everything we can here as trigger. May as well make the absolute most of everything. So just going to try and do what we can. Bunker setting up. Just going to be having the siege tank settling in position. A couple of Marines joining together. And obviously, I don't think we can really break through his trigger. Of course, he's just threatening, and with Blink finishing, maybe he'll see an opportunity. I don't think there is much of one. I guess we'll try and see what we can do. Probe nibbles up the SCV again. Bit more damage being dealt once again here. A bit more being found for the moment. Just having ourselves the engineering base producing. The gateway and the probe's going about. Just going to get the SCV killed off there. Stalker and the probe together are going to be there to continue helping us out with things. So far, so good. Yeah, charge, extra gates, temple archives, and the forge still building through. So again, we get a lot more of this on the go. Tank the Marines will build. Again, we get everything else joined back together. Starport coming through, the extra couple of barracks on the way, Stimpack building up as well. A few of those Marines continue to produce by. Couple Stalkers just going to nibble away for a couple seconds. Just going to be having ourselves the Storm, the +1, the charge going through. The Stalkers still picking away at the engineering base, so a little bit more value onto that for a little bit. Tank and shoot, a bit of bio gathering over, another couple of tanks settling in for a little while, so again trying to see what we can do for a bit. Nothing too crazy. Bio going to try and stim over, a couple of Zealots getting caught, Stalkers getting jumped on. Again, concussive shells and the +1/+1 upgrades, combat shield as well, all continue to come by for the moment. Gates from earlier getting cleaned out. ByuN very safe. Obviously, high ground tanks makes it very tough for Trigger to really attack in here. Maybe you could make a play for it if you can overwhelm the bio. Maybe there genuinely is a situation where, I mean, bio's out of position on defensive spot. You can jump on a couple of tanks. Gets the storm off from the bio as well. ByuN gonna have to lift up and try and back away here, but was caught definitely, like I say, out of position initially. A couple more tank shots working through. Sentry on the High Templar taking more damage. So Stalk's still pushing forward. The bio going to hold out. Couple more shots coming through as we drop another scan into place. Bio getting back down to the low ground again. The Prism still coming through. Another nice storm onto a few of these Marines for a few moments. And so just to reset things. More storm again, a bit more with the bio army just coming back through. Just gonna have ourselves the extra zealots coming about. Immortal, Archon continue to come into play as well. Still getting that set up. Just gonna be seeing the rest of these units gathering back around. Tank shot firing. Protoss is kind of stuck in the natural. I mean, I don't think he's stuck. I think he could leave if he wanted to, but I feel like he wants to stay, but the tanks are making it difficult. No, surely if he wanted to leave, we could have just left. He's gonna leave now. You take a couple tank shots in the process. We took a lot of tank shots wandering around anyway, so. Now a chunk of mules will drop down and this bioforce gathers together once more. Regrouping for the moment. Bio pulls back, Zealot's getting away from this. Take a few moments. Gonna have the Robo Bay producing through. Again, Zealots, the Immortal, all coming around. Step back through, Storm in a good position here just to begin with. Another Storm comes down, a couple High Templars dropping back into play. Looking to get the Stormers pushed towards the SCV line. The SCV's pull, getting out of there for a couple moments. Just going to have ourselves the Robo Bay, the Immortal, and the High Templar still all continuing back together. And the Storm coming down, keeping track of things for a little bit. That Orbital moving back over again, over to the sides. Solid Stalkers and the rest coming through. Just going to be seeing the Orbital taking a bit more damage. Bio Army, the Ghost coming around as well. Going to see what else we can get here. A couple of depots going to try and get in position. Orbital will drop down in position. The Zealots going to charge through. Good Storm coming into position as well right now. And again, just locking down into place for the moment. Hopefully is just not being allowed to come up here. I mean, good pressure from Trigger, but the question's always going to be, at what point is it too much? Like, have we committed too much already? I mean, we lose the Prism now. To make this a little bit tough. I tell you what, the Medivacs are drained of energy. They've been healing this entire way through. They've been putting in all the work that they can. And finally securing this third, and obviously knocking down the gates to go with it. Trigger sits on a 4-base situation with 2 upgrades on the way, same as ByuN. A little bit ahead for Trigger on the upgrade, and obviously we'll have Chrono Boost potentially as well to maybe change things a little further. Disruptor coming about. That next is coming into play as well. Resetting for a few moments. The Stalkers, the Colossus gathering up. The Archons and still coming through as well for a little while. This army just settles in, so again we take a couple moments, we take a few seconds. Shot going through, some damage being done. Shot tries to land, doesn't do too much just yet, not going too far. Not seeing too much success at the moment. Just going to be seeing the rest of these ults and these Archons gathering. The upgrades still continuing through, 2 upgrades coming about, so we continue to get that all on the way. Mine already taking a good shot over here and just helping us to play defense, and ByuN is just holding back. Obviously, it's a game where Trigger's had a lot of the pressure, a lot of the momentum. So for ByuN, if he can just hold back as long as possible and just keep defending and try and build up, he feels like that's the route for him. Trying to be aggressive into someone who still has map control, and so it can be very tough. Prism gets into the main. It's going to get the warping off. So it was a little bit rough. ByuN tries to dive forward. He has to dodge back away from the Disruptor shots. He will kill the next Disruptor, though. Can he get enough of a jump on the Colossus? He can. Good EMPs across the entirety of the army. Shields are gone. ByuN's going to win that fight. Now, is he going to win elsewhere? There's obviously a lot of harass going on as Trigger is in a lot of other places on the map at the same time. You know, in this natural straight away, a couple of these Archons going down. The Zealot and the Archon going down there as well. Spy army still pushing through. Just going to be getting a High Templar. Able to grab that so far. The rest of the storm is going to be here. We blink. We get a Viking. Nice catch once again. Now they're back around with this. And we take a few moments, see what we want to try and do. Going around for a little bit. Disruptor shot again comes into play. Not able to do too much just yet. Nothing too crazy right now. Spy Force comes back through again. A couple Stalkers going back the other way. Fire going to gather up. A couple Stalkers going to get shot at. Going to get cleaned up a little bit. Disruptor goes down. We split back. Disruptor hits a Marauder. I feel like ByuN taking some better control of the game. The problem is just have we already gone too far, I suppose, is just the question, right? 3 upgrades, a couple Medivacs, Fusion Core, all on the way, but just in trouble already because his economy's been bad. Trigger's very well set up. Now we're seeing DTs doing some damage as well, which is only going to add to the problems here. Gather this about. It's going to be having the most things gathering through for a few moments then. So again, just resetting for a little bit. Trigger is on still the map control, still the presence to just potentially come through to get a lot done. So kind of expecting to see that be a continuation for the most part. Disruptor fires, going to hit his R2. ByuN coming in from a couple of different angles. A bunch of those Zealots going to get chased pretty quickly here. Storm comes down. ByuN going to have to split. A couple more of those Zealots are going to drop. Disruptor will get taken out as well. Just going to see that going down straight away. A little bit of Disruptor cleaned out straight away. Now the Viking's going to get that. That Prism goes down. It's going to be a really nice catch as well. So it's going to try and charge forward. Bio Army going to hold its own for a little bit. The other Stalkers are coming around. And the Robo Facility gets picked off. Nexus is going to be in trouble. And we just have ourselves the rest of this all coming through. Shadow Stride's about to finish. The Nexus going down in a couple moments as well. Nexus will fall. Still got our 3/3 upgrades. The advanced ballistics on the way through. Is coming about. We're going to at least get another bases. ByuN, man, Trigger still has the left side of the map, and ByuN has to do this while maintaining control of the game to the best of his ability as well. So, gotta try to figure that out in some different place. Super shot hit. Just going to get the Disruptor. Good EMP hitting a bunch of the Stalkers right away. Colossus is going to be there, ready to fight. ByuN Army still moving through. Taking a chance to push forward. ByuN able to get in, man. Trigger's just not recovering on this army at all. That's a crazy game. I feel like this was such a controlling game from Trigger, and I thought he was losing these bases, but I thought we'd get set back up over here, but just unable to actually control that ByuN Army. That was wild. It's not the kind of TVP I'm used to watching as of late, I guess, is the real takeaway, right? So, yeah, it's not the TVP I'm used to seeing. All right, game 2 coming up in a second, guys. Just get this sorted and get into this next one in a handful of moments. No, I'm not host. Got invited. From before, sort this out. Alright, who are we missing? Who are we missing? Who are we missing? Who are we missing? Somebody... No? Really? We just had 5 casters? I felt like I had 6. TKL. Please offline. Right, I think we go. Players are ready. Send up. Gain a bit. 2. ByuN up 1-0. Thank you, TKL, for the raid. Hello, hello. Oh, yeah, I was surprised by that one, to be honest. It's not quite the outcome I was expecting, I suppose, just from the setup. From I thought it was going to be more of a fight for ByuN to get back in it, I suppose, is what I'm thinking. As much more so than kind of as quick as it turned around, but Terran Army, when it gets powerful, can get very powerful. You lose control against it, it can be very rough for you very quickly, so... yeah. Alright. Trigger in the bottom right side. That was a fun start. It wasn't enough. ByuN will take the 1-0 lead in this best of 3 series. Game 2 coming up and getting underway as we get this one started. So bring this around, we'll get this going. Next is gonna get underway. Get this beginning right now. Try and see where we can take things. We're going to come to the high ground. A couple of SCVs are going to be there to try and deal with this as well. Just pushing this back the other way. Come back around for a few moments again, just getting set back up. Tech Lab coming through on the barracks. These Marauder openings have become a lot more popular as of late. And it's going to be those forward gateways again from Trigger, trying to get maybe a similar start to the last game. Trying to get going once again here just early. Try to see what we can maybe do. What else will step up? Yeah, Marine Marauder going to be there. Gonna get the bunker down, put that in position already. Get that settled in, and we are going to have ourselves the... Well, Zealot's just going to work for the concussive shells. I mean... lose the Tech Lab, but then we lose both Zealots. Can the Stalkers really fight two Marauders here? No more Marauders can be made, but we already had a third one queued up, so that's going to help us a lot. We are going to kill one more Stalker at least. We finish that off. We go for another. We could probably get it. We just... I was going to say just pull that hurt Marauder back, but we didn't. Well, now it's very tempting to keep on going. As again, right, this time we should save the Marauder. The Adept tries to make its way through. Tech Lab is rebuilding, and the depots are raised, so this Adept should not be able to do much of anything. Its Shade Away does not come in time, and that's a... rough start for Trigger because he loses the unit count early, which is going to make it even more difficult for him to keep up position, keep up pressure, and everything else that we're kind of hoping to see for him here to kind of set up into that nice strong position and to kind of move on forward. So, unfortunately, not ideal. Not ideal at all. Stim, Marauder going through, a couple of Marauders going to be there. Just going to hit the Stalkers for a little bit. Few shots coming in. I mean, if we get the Marauder, that's kind of nice. The Marauder stays alive in the back. The bunker's up. We're safe here as ByuN. Trigger just trying to find a little extra. Stargate now on the way. ByuN's going to have a CC finishing in the main. And that's CC number 3, by the way. So he's triple command center now. Super economy mode against the pros who cannot break the front line. Is now going Stargate. Man, Stargate is such a feels bad against triple command center because Stargate's meant to be about control and a bit of defense and a little bit of light harass. Triple CC does not care about a Stargate. You just macro up, you have big eco. It's going to be very tough. Oh, double Stargate. Oh, God. I was going to say, you know, triple CC is going to macro up and just have so much more than what the Stargate is really going to apply to you. Now we're going to go double Stargate. We scan it instantly so ByuN knows. Wow, we just cancel one in the face of him. Oh no, well, I guess we just build an Oracle and we go, but this gives ByuN a massive timing window. He knows that his opponent was building double Stargate. I almost wish Trigger had just let it finish before let the scan disappear at least before canceling. Would I have preferred him just let it finish? Probably not. I mean... this is just rough, though, because it's going to be what? I mean, even when we get tech online, it's going to be an immortal. Like, this is terrifying. You're not going to have anywhere near the map control you had in the previous game with Blink Stalkers and so on. The Oracle can do a bit of poking. We're actually still going to go Fleet Beacon and maybe try and rush out a mothership here. A little bit of a crazy situation then. We are going to see the ByuN going to get over. These gates are going to go down because we don't have Warp Gate anyway. Oh my goodness. How dead are we as Trigger? The Oracle, did that Oracle just die? Oracle dead as well. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're dead. How dead are we? Hard mode edition. We are extremely dead. Cool. Good to know, I suppose. Good to know. Yeah, we do indeed seem to be extremely dead. Bioforce coming back over for a little bit. Just resetting things here for a few moments. Rest of that bio still going to come over for a little while. So again, taking a couple steps over for a little bit. Coming through for now. And big steps forward. A couple of depths going to shade. Try and make their way into position. We're going to try and go attempts. I just don't see how Trigger survives this first push at all, to be honest. I just do not see it in the slightest. How we push forward and have any amount of success here. Really do not. I'd love to see it though. I'd love to see him bring this back and turn this around. I am just not convinced. Just not convinced. Bio gathers, a few units gather up. Coming back around. Coming back through. Again, we gather up for a little bit. You see this bio gun underneath. There goes the mothership. I mean, the Tempest's going to pull back. The rest of this moves back around. I mean, there's not really much to say, guys. This game was kind of doomed, and not easy to really make a exciting cast out of a doomed game on this scenario. GG's. ByuN gets the win over Trigger. So big one for ByuN. Big day for him so far. He's now 3-1. Trigger's now officially eliminated as well. So it's between ByuN, Rogue, and Solar. 2 slots up for grabs. Solar's 2-0. He's got 3 matches to play. He plays against Rogue, ByuN, and then Geralt at the end. So that's what it's going to come down to here as we get this ZVZ ready to begin. So Solar and Rogue. Get this started in a moment, guys. Cool. Cool. And get a lot of things ready to go here. Any Rogue and Solo already vetoed. This guy's ready to play some StarCraft. Jeez. Alrighty. We have Rex in here, and we can send it. Listen, Rogue has to beat Solo to advance. Yeah, because if he loses, he's 2-3. Solo's 3 wins. ByuN is now 3 wins. Yeah. So basically, Rogue has to win here, otherwise he's out. You are correct. Anyway, rehosting. So yeah, Rogue has to win this, and then Solo's matches are going to be for a little bit of a seeding difference. Solo can still go 5-0 and get first, which I think is a big deal. Avoiding potential to avoid like a Kiro and a max specs and stuff for a little bit longer is always going to be good. So yeah. How are my laddering skills? It's a great question. I've not laddered in a hot second, to be honest. That's not true. I played some ladder games like I want to say maybe about a month ago, 2 to 4 weeks ago. It was probably like a month ago. I played some ladder like a month ago. Helen came in. I can't remember where Helen was. Helen was out. Anyway, Helen came in. She's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I'm just playing a game of StarCraft." And she's like, "What? You're doing what?" Yeah. No, I'm terrible right now. I'm like high diamond, low master. But like I don't play very much at all. I think if I played like I wouldn't say if I played 50 to 100 games, I'd very comfortably be like up into mid masterish maybe. But I don't have the sorry, players needed me. Cool. Yeah, I don't have the I've talked about this a lot in the past, but I don't have the drive or the inspiration to kind of get back to the where I was in the past. And like because I've already done the StarCraft 2 playing grind, I already know how much work I have to put in to get from like A to B. And I know for a fact that I just don't think it's worth my time. Like, I don't enjoy the process anymore of getting good in StarCraft because I enjoy playing StarCraft actually, but I don't enjoy the process of trying to improve anymore in StarCraft because I've already gone through that process of learning and improving, and I've dropped back off. And I don't find it as rewarding anymore because I know the amount of time for me to put in to get somewhere which I feel is like very good and achievable nowadays is just like, it's just so much. And I don't think I get anything out of it anyway. Like, I don't think this increases my ability to cast. I don't think this increases my game knowledge because I always like to say, people always say, how can you have game knowledge without playing the game? But like, I learn a lot more from watching the top Koreans play than watching myself get supply blocked every 5 seconds and having absolutely clown fiesta games in the Master League ladder of Europe, you know. So yeah, I mean, I've just done the StarCraft grind before, so you like that Diamond and Master is terrible? It's not terrible. It's just people have high expectations because I cast a lot right, and yeah, it's yeah. You hate latitudes, too stressful would be a real joy. Yeah, I was like I say, I actually think it's weird because like when I play a handful of games, I do find it fun, but it's fun because I'm playing against people who. It's probably fun because I'm playing again at that the lower level, and I can get by with making a lot of mistakes, and it's just like fun to play a couple of games. But the moment you start trying to improve or get better and stuff, like it's just so infuriating, especially when you've been better before and you know how much you suck. Like, the moment to improve, you have to take it more seriously, right? And the moment I take it more seriously, I just find it infuriating. Because I know I've been better than this before, and like I say, the time investment to fix those things is just rough. So, if anything, you pick up stuff that isn't true because our games are meaningless. Yeah, the idea of having to play, like, I think there's a baseline level of knowledge you get from playing the game, and I think there's a lot of knowledge you get from playing the game. But I think I've passed that point, considering I've already played thousands upon thousands of games of StarCraft 2 in my life, right? I think there's been some casters who have genuinely never played StarCraft 2, and I think it's still been very apparent when they cast that they've never played the game, and they don't have a lot of games in their history. So I do think it's important to play the game to talk about it. But I don't think it's... I think unless you're playing the game at like the high... like in, you know, in the GM level at least, I don't think playing the game continues to improve your ability to cast the game at this point. As long as you've got that baseline level of like a lot of games played, I think there's a point where playing more games at my level now doesn't do anything for me, so... yeah. It's a very interesting concept. But yeah, what's wild is, so if you guys listen to the stream a lot, you probably know I'm playing a lot of this game called Riftbound right now, which is a TCG. It's the League of Legends TCG. And this game has given me a lot of the joys of learning and improving that I had in StarCraft 2. Like, it's, you know, like, I feel like every game there's like a learning experience. There's so much to track. There's so much to figure out. There's so much to learn. I can tell I suck sometimes. I can tell I'm just being bad. But, like, there's a thrive to learn and improve because I've not gone through the process of, like, improving in this game, right? And I feel like I can reach heights I've not reached before. And StarCraft 2, it's just not there anymore, you know? It's just not there to kind of get back to like a fragment of what it was when I was at my peak in StarCraft. It's rough. Playing and casting two different skill sets. Yeah, like I say, there's I think there's a lot of value in having played the game at a certain amount and to a certain level, but I don't think me playing further is ever going to improve my casting at this point. No passion left. No passion left to play, no. No passion left to improve. Like I said, I actually still do enjoy playing here and there. But it's got to be in a very casual setting, and I just have to be like, oh, I fancy playing a few games. Because the moment I try and take it seriously, it's just, you just know how bad you are. Like, knowing how bad you are is just such a feels bad, you know? Like, there's nothing fun or motivational or enjoyable about that, so it has to be very casual. Just play 2v2. Yeah, I kind of like the 1v1. It's just like, I don't want to get, like I said, I play a few games and that's good for me, you know? Just gonna see those Banes moving around. These Lings of Rogue on a pretty darn good split, but Solar does a great job of preserving the Banelings as long as possible and just giving himself time to get a few more units out. And this is a defense with 10 workers in the lead for him. Now, obviously, Rogue has a melee upgrade, so he's going to have a bit more power on these Lings, but Solar's already going to Aspire, which is incredible. So Rogue with the early melee upgrade does not get much done, and now Solar gets into Aspire. If he gets some mutas and Rogue is trying to move into Roges, I think this is going to be very scary for Rogue. He's already kind of a bit behind here on the early stages. Plan's most competitive 1v1 simulator. Yeah, no, it's true. StarCraft's a real test of, like, you and only you, you know? The amount of RNG and variance in StarCraft is very minimal, I think. Which kind of leads to the game being, quotation marks, figured out, which is a lot of the discussion we have lately about, you know, patching the game. But I think it's one of the beautiful parts of the game as well, so... Like, the fact that the game can be figured out because people just got so good at it is kind of cool in itself, but maybe it does not make for the most entertainment all the time. But I don't even know if the game is figured out, right? Like, we figured out a lot of it, but you still see meta shifting all the time. Like how much have we seen kind of Marauders in TVP recently as an opening? And yeah, that was a thing before, but we're seeing it so much more now. Like, it's really kind of coming into, like, a new level almost. Queen's gonna gather up, just gonna see the feelings gathering around, plus 2 melee in the carapace coming about for a little bit as well. Just gather for a few moments and settle ourselves in. It's gonna get rid of an overlord, looking for another. Again, trying to figure out what we want to maybe do here as we settle through on this one and see where we can get to. The Muta's obviously on the map. The Infest is coming up, so we're going to try and play the defense against these Mutalisks, which is very fun. So we'll see how that develops over the next little bit. Get that on the go. Can we just gather together? Just going to get over there, play a little bit of cleanup for a few moments as well. Some of those mutas coming back over, chasing after the Ling for a little while, so getting a little bit more done as well. A little bit more value for a few moments. Going from there. Let's see, the Spore Crawler going to hit the mutas a little bit, but that doesn't stop them getting into the back, and we are going to hit the Extractor. We are going to see Rogue also counter-attacking for a little bit of damage as well. He's going to run through, Ravage is going to run over. We're just going to try and see what else we got. The mutas going to get jumped on. The Queens will come across as well. Some of the Roach is going to be actually getting to the front here, going to get rid of some of the Queens, so Solar going to be putting that pressure on, and Rogue going to get pushed back. Trying to engage into this right here and just having ourselves the Solar pressure adding up. A few more Lings arriving, and we are going to be seeing Rogue just doesn't have enough to hold on to this. The mutas have not done enough. Solar just deadly. I think the start of this game was a bit rough for Rogue, and then the mutas just didn't do anywhere near enough, and bam, we just run in and we kill him. Yeah. My brain's out of it on this one. I'm getting the freaking players mixed up in my brain every sentence. Sorry, guys. Rogue dead is the TLDR of it. Rogue very dead. Just got too much done overall. Alright, Celestial Enclave coming up in game number 2. We've got everybody here. We are good to go. We can send this one into our second game. Stola takes a 1-0 lead. Again, loss here for Rogue. Eliminates them from the tournament straight up. And then we will be knowing that it's Skilless, ByuN, and Solar to advance from this group. That is where we are headed to. Obviously, still got some seeding to decide after this one. Even if Rogue is out and we know who's advancing. Solar's match is to decide a little bit of the seeding. But that would be about it. Do I feel like I understand ZVZ? I think ZVZ has a lot of complexities and layers to it, so no. I don't think I understand ZVZ like, you know, someone like Lambo does. But I think I understand ZVZ a lot to kind of answer like Roach Ravager. Roach Ravager, like, the only reason you don't go Roach Ravager is if you just need to spam pure units and numbers. Ravagers are almost always going to be good. They do good damage, corrosive bowels are extremely useful. But it's also a big gas investment, right? You pay 75 gas for a Ravager. On top of it being a Roach, that could have been 3 more Roaches. So sometimes if you want to be aggressive quickly in lower numbers, like basically the earlier it is, pure Roaches are going to be better. Because you're going to have less impactful Ravager shots as well. So the more aggressive you are early, the more Roaches just want to build. Ravagers against mutas, for example, or something where it's like, there's no point building the Ravagers because they just die very quickly, good targets for the mutas, so you don't really want to build too many there either. And then Hydra, Lurker, or Muta, I mean, mutas is just a tech choice, right? Like, mutas are just kind of this decision as this drone gets seen coming across the map. Mutas are just this decision of like, hey, I want to play mutas this game. Like, sometimes the size of the map, sometimes just the style you want to try and play. And usually you only ever really go Hydras because you usually go Hydras against mutas, or you go Hydras because the game's stabilized enough that you want to try and go to Lurkers. Like, playing Roach Hydra is typically just worse than Roach Ravager because of the investment. So typically if you go Hydras, it's because you're planning that the game is going to go long enough that you get to Lurkers, so... And what kind of pushes you exactly is a lot of this. Why is this drone here? I think he wanted to build a sneaky spine crawler on the edge of Solar's creep spread with the 12 pool. But he's going to build it out, and maybe he just wanted this. I mean, it was very early to pull just to build this here. But yeah. It's very helpful. No worries. Like I say, there's a lot of intricacies to it. I'm sure there's a lot more in-depth decisions as well, but overarching kind of idea, that is generally why you play each of those compositions. Yeah. As these Lings are going to fight. Mutas are an interesting one, but I'll come back to that after this fight, because right now it feels like Solar's just putting a huge shutdown on this 12 pool of Rogue, and this is not going anywhere. This is terrible for Rogue. He's behind in every manner. So yeah, so mutas are really interesting because mutas can be actually played in a few different ways, right? Because mutas can just be like, oh, I want to play mutas, but sometimes mutas can be like if you feel you have a bit of a lead and your opponent's going roaches to deal with your roaches, mutas can be like a really good setup. So then if your opponent's just trying to commit to a lot of roaches, like mutas can get you really far ahead as well. So like that can be a really cool time to go mutas, despite kind of playing roaches. And then you always have this idea of like, oh, I can play like 7 or 8 mutas and switch back to roaches. And basically I think I can do a lot with these few mutas and force an overreaction and then outmass him on roaches. And then sometimes you just want to play mass muta, which is kind of more so like, oh, I feel like this game's out of control. I feel like this is very rough for me. Like, you know, or I just feel like I can swarm with mutas. Like, a lot of that comes down to just play style and how you're wanting to play. It's kind of like asking, like, you know, does the Terran want to drop or not? Sometimes some players like to drop, some players don't. You know, it's like a different way of playing the bio setup, so... Well, that was not great for Rogue. That was one very fast way to get eliminated from the competition. So Skillers, Solar, and ByuN will be advancing out of Group B. Time to decide what the exact seeding is going to be. As up next will be Solar versus ByuN. Alright, we got Solar ByuN on the way. Perfect. I'll run some ads, guys, before this TVZ. And that TVZ was really not much to talk about, was it? My brain was I was a bit distracted in Game 1, and then Game 2 was just done. Alright, well, into the next one, guys. Into the next one. Solar versus ByuN. Solar versus Geralt will wrap us up. Sorry to Geralt, I feel like I made him wait until the very end to play his last match. I think my logic was 2 at the start, 1 at the end is like... It kind of kept the other players finished. Yeah, it's just not ideal, but Solar couldn't play any earlier either, so couldn't really make it easier. Bum, bum. A few videos already coming in. Ready to go. First map going to be White Rabbit. Perfect. Alright, videos are done fast, guys. ByuN Solo going to be on the way super quickly here. Get this ready to go. 2 more best of 3s today. 2 more best of 3s to go today. Lovely. Alright, ByuN and Solar are in here. Who am I missing? Rex again. Those are ready. Let's send it. Alright, let's go into game. Let's get this going. Let's get this started. As we have ourselves in the bottom left-hand side, the blue... that's not blue at all. I don't know where I'm going with this. The red Terran player is ByuN. I think I went for ByuN, so I went but, and I was like, oh, I'm missing a color, so I was going for blue, and then I realized actually we're going for red, and it was too late. We were screwed. Oof. Brutal. brutal. Right, let's log in and see what we get. OMG, too many ads. Bye. Bye. I always love this. You've decided you're going to leave, but you just got to make sure you know. We all know you're going to leave. Just to make sure we know. Oof. Don't know what I would have done without this information. Say, leg spike. Cool. Fixed up. Back we go. Get back on track. We're gonna shoot a couple of lings getting chased and get fired upon for a little while. Just gonna get bopped around, chased over. And we obviously have a fairly peaceful opener here, though, for a couple of moments. Nothing too crazy, just for now. Getting settled. Trying to get this all set up. Coming back through, just going to have the lings becoming about, drones and the queen coming into play. Bring this into position, getting settled, and obviously seeing where this ZVT is going to go in the next little while. And get set up for a bit. This Reaper going to come moving through. Going to reposition for a little while, get settled into place. Figure out what we can get going for ourselves. Helen's not Reaper going back around the other side, just going to be seeing a little bit of movement still coming through. Very peaceful opening, no? We've lost a single Zergling, not much pushing forward with those Hellions either. Just a lot of very laid back, peaceful setups just to start us off. Trying to reset things. That Zergling moving around a little bit, trying to see what's going on. Not much happening just yet. So the reality of this right now is you just have the few Hellions are going to poke, so for how passive it was early, ByuN now getting a little bit more aggressive, pushing through a little further. Trying to see what he can maybe do here. There's not a lot just yet still, so we hang back a little bit. Italians do just step through. A couple of the creep tumors going down already. A little bit more action for a couple of seconds. Stim pack 1-1. All that continue to build by for a little while, so again we get a bit more of this going for the moment. Having the upgrades coming through. ByuN is going to continue to maintain some map control on the other side of the map, then try and do what we can, where we can. Nothing too crazy just yet. Still certainly where possible. Into a fight, we get a bit more creep. Obviously with the Raven we don't have to scan for that creep, so it's really nice if we can kind of reset this through and through just a few times over. It's really, really reasonable. Now having those queens still stepping forward onto the creep spread, so again stepping through for a little while, trying to see what else is going on. Alien's going to come about, that Raven coming through as well. Just going to reset for a little bit. So we resettle things in. Just going to have ourselves the 1-1 melee upgrades, the Bane speed coming through. And then a lot of those little bits and pieces coming around for now. Bringing things back along for a little bit. Just gather up. Raven goes down immediately. It's going to be a nice catch. That Raven will fall. Nice little shutdown here. Just going to be seeing the Queen still coming back over. The Hellions joining together. Gathering up for a little while. Just resetting things for a little big push from ByuN, starting to get over. So we'll see how well we do with this. We have got a few units on the bottom here, these Lings, but yeah, the Hellions already know about them apparently, so we get straight over there. We look to deny that immediately. It's going to be a pretty reasonable, quick shutdown. So we see the Marines pushing through. The Queens will take some damage. These Hellions move into Hellbat's just going to be getting going. The Lingbane Hydra selected in the center. Obviously, get rid of the base on the right side. Still going to be kept down to 4 bases. Going to be kept in a little bit of trouble here just initially. And this Bane's going to come running straight through onto this. That's going to be a good cleanup from Solo so far. ByuN has an army now moving around to the right. I mean, again, if you keep Solo on 4 bases, this is already decent, but I guess we'll see if we can kind of keep that going. Marines stem in, a couple Queens, and the creep team is going down. Other Queens getting chased as well. Well, that creep being picked away at here. This hatchery does fall. And still just push forward onto the creep for a few moments. Hive, Lings, Banes, Hydras, all of that continue to come up into play. Again, +2 melee and Carabase coming about. Muscle Augments coming into place as well. I'm just going to be seeing the SCVs gather. We do have the army back around to the left. Step through, another scan coming about to see what else we've got going on. Marines going to stem to the front, a couple of creep teamers here that we can knock down straight away. So we're going to get to work on that. Again, 2-2 upgrades coming up on the side of ByuN. Overlord speed and the +1 missiles continue to come around. Bringing a lot more of this over. Well, ByuN 2-2 only halfway done. It's going to be difficult for him to fight 1-1 against 2-2. And by the time he has 2-2, I feel like Lurkers might be done, which may make this a bit of a problem. There's the Viper coming about, General Plan, Seismic Spines, +1 missile upgrade, all producing just for the moment. Bring that up and online. Marines just step into the center of the map. Bane coming back through, 2 upgrades, concussive shells coming about, and Marauders in the siege tank still building. Just going to see the rest of that continue to come into play. Thing is running, Marines will load. ByuN trying to do some drop, and he is setting up for a big game though. 6 bases on the way up, 6 command centers that is currently building. CC's coming through again, Burrow coming about, Glance coming by, +1 missiles coming into place. Bane Hydra moving over to the right hand side. This Marine's just going to stim straight through, get towards this hatchery on the top left. Just going to get straight into position on that one. And so they're going to start morphing into the planetary fortress. Again, a few CCs coming up. The siege tanks on the way. We get the 3/3 upgrades coming up as well. I'm just going to start hitting the command center. I'm just going to see a few shots coming through. Tanks going to hit very nicely out there for a little bit. So some damage being dealt. Good work being done for the moment. +2 missiles, +3 carapace. We'll continue to produce as well. Again, getting up as much as we can for the moment. I will shoot. Just going to be seeing the force now pulling back. Hydra's Lurkers trying to get in position. So trying to find a little bit of a chance to get forward here at some point. I'm just going to see the couple of command centers coming about. Just going to see the planetaries morphing by. We'll get here. Couple of drones going down, 3/3 upgrades coming through. Just going to get the hatchery caught. It's going to be a kill. Medivacs now loading up, heading into the main base as well. So just coming back through on this one. Wings and Hydras continue to come about. Just going to see the bio coming in as well. A couple of tanks and stuff coming in. Bane and Hydra trying to push. The Medivacs going to get caught. One more siege tank getting captured as well. Just going to go down. Second tank also going to fall here. The few Hydras pull back the other way. The Lurkers are coming over. Yeah, Hydra's Lurkers, Lings will continue to produce through the next few moments. +2 missiles, +3 carapace. Continue to build. This army starts to push through. Gonna feel those Lings gather together and get settled in. Just gonna be seeing the Lings, the Banes, the Hydras all gathering up. Seeing where we can get to, seeing what's about to happen. CC will push through to the front here for a couple moments, so we're just going to hold tight. And ByuN, at this point, is already saying, I'm just going to sit tight and hold back and see kind of what happens overall. Just going to, let a lot of this work out. The Ling Hydra Bane already stepping through for a few moments. The couple of Ghosts coming to the front as well. Trying to get in position here already. I see a couple of EMPs coming down. The Viper taking some shots. Hydra Ling Bane going to come about as well. Still continue to push forward here. Nidus Network about to pop through. Again, a bunch of extra Lings, a couple of Hydras coming up. A lot of that's still coming into play at the moment, as you just see the Overseers, the Hydras backing away. Nidus Network coming into position. And Bio Ghost Tank Force still gathers in. Just going to see the +3 melee upgrade, +3 missiles, +1 flyer attack coming through as well. I'm just going to load this. I just gets picked off. Bio going to pull back again. Hydra Bane still setting in the center. A little scan coming through. And see what's going on. Banes, Lings, Hydras joining up together. +3 melee, +3 missiles, all still coming through. Just going to be seeing the Ling Hydra Force. Going back around again, and we are going to be trying to push into the bottom right side. Again, for solo, this is already just a game of breaking ByuN down. We're going to break the planetary, which is great. We'll see ByuN have to replace that. He's already got a CC that's just going to float on over. I mean, ByuN settled down to play a big, long game on this very early, basically, so no surprises about that at all. Yeah, this is the sort of thing that ByuN can do. We see ByuN do this a lot of the time, and he is making it work for himself at the moment as the Marine Ghost Medevac pushes forward. I see a couple drones getting grabbed. Ling Hydra's going to step through. A couple of shots coming about. Bioforce going to try and fight. A couple of tanks getting picked on. We are going to be seeing the Bio able to hold out for a little bit. The Hydra's getting chased away. Still got +3 melee, +3 missiles all coming through. A bunch of extra Lings coming about as well. A bit of army coming through for a couple seconds. So we see the Ling Hydra Lurk setting up. Lurk is going to get burrowed. And a couple Hydras coming about. The +2 flyer attack upgrade coming into play. So we are going to prepare for the later game as well already here as Solar. Getting those upgrades up and ready early. Ling Hydra Bane stepping through, just going to have the couple of Hydras going to shoot. The Medevac's trying to escape out of there. The Viking chasing after the Overseers. Ghost keeping some protection up in that bottom side. Again, some Lurkers setting. The Lings and the Hydras coming through. The +2 flyer attack upgrade coming about as well. Nice little scan to the right. Sees the Hydras moving over. That's just going to go after these Hydras for a few moments. Just going to see the Knights coming through as well. He's going to run forward, just going to see the tanks. And this Attor are going to get jumped on. I mean, these are the big run-bys that Solar can really, reap a lot of reward from. He heads down that bottom right side. He gets a few SCVs. Nothing else really going on at the same time. Solar's back still building. 5k, 5k caught up in this big scenario at the moment. In the bottom right, just going to see the few Lings coming back around. Hydras and the Banes joining back up together. This is going to come around. Ling Bane going to come back through. 12 SCVs dropping at the moment. Just going to see 58 Lings. The Great Spire coming through. Those Ghosts going to get active and just going to try and get in after the Lurkers. Bane Hydra continue again, just push on forward. Just going to be seeing the rest of this army coming straight through. Tanks getting jumped on, Hellbat stepping down. Just having the Infestors, the Banes, and the Lings continue to gather up. Thors, Hellbats, Liberators, all producing Siege Tank. And the +3 people weapons on the way as well. And Snipe's going to get rid of the Nidus. Lurkers cannot escape, so you get a bunch of kills. Efficiency-wise, we're talking 23.8 to 41k already, so ByuN has opened up that gap. Is it enough? His minerals are constantly drained. If he can keep taking new bases, then he is absolutely in the driver's seat of this game. All back gonna shoot. Just gonna be seeing a couple libs pulling back over. Libs already sieging. Tank's gonna siege as well. So we're gonna get capturing these medevacs. Wonder if that's what he's saying to ByuN, as ByuN is sad about it. This one flag carapace coming through, the corrupt's coming about, spawn the way. Again, ghost plus 2 vehicle plate, and the ship weapons coming up as well. Army gathers around, settles at the moment. We're going to set up and just have ourselves this camped out scenario settling at the moment. Again, Solar and ByuN having a little bit of yap on while we settle into this long one. 23 minutes already on White Rabbit, and not the kind of setup that feels like it's disappearing anytime soon. We get some snipes off, get some infested kills, trying to get the broods. Bungle's landed nicely. The brood lord's gonna get pushed away from the center. This was not really successful for Solar. Bane's, Hydra's, broods trying to step forward again. Corruptors and Lings coming about. Thor's, Hellbats and the Ghosts coming about as well. Broodling, Bane, Hydra gathers. Just going to be seeing the Thor's going to take some damage. A few shots coming over. Brood's firing through. Just going to have ourselves the Liberator again sieged up. Nidus in the background. Duck, Liberator. I'm going to get chased. Extra broods coming up, Corruptors, Infestors, Bane's coming around. This army's still settling. I mean, ByuN is, I think, taking too much control of this game for my liking. For West, you know, if we're going to try and be fans of Solar here, I think ByuN's setup is just getting to be a little bit too strong overall. Starting to feel very, very powerful. A lot of bases available to him. I mean, he's starting to threaten the right side. Our Parasite coming up, those Broodlords are still coming in. Those coming around, we got another few snipes off. The Ghost still finding some value, and I would say that this is almost too soon for ByuN to be trying to take this base, but honestly, like, Solar's not showing us any pressure that's gonna, you know, say otherwise. Like, if Solar can show us a push through the middle or left side of the map that punishes ByuN being over to the right expanding, great, but I actually think ByuN is kind of right in kind of just taking this already. Solar has not shown us the ability to do anything about it. Resources lost is an 18k difference 25 minutes in. And Solar, like I said, has no inspiration to attack. Neuroparasite may help a bit. He's going to need some big fights to help him through this overall, though. I'm just going to get through for a siege tank. A couple of Thors lifting and dropping. Causing the Ghost moving up. Just going to see a Neural. A nuke launching to try and zone to protect this army. So if units come in from that left side, they're going to get picked off. This is rough. Solo's not even mined out this base, and he's under threat of actually losing it. He just has no control on this game. Like, absolutely no control on this game at all. He's losing the left side as well. This is one of those games where, like, Solo could leave while maxed out. I wouldn't be shocked, you know? Like, I'd be a little bit shocked because I don't think he'd go without trying to fight it, but, like, the position, if he left this game right now, I'd be like, yeah, I get it. Like, you're losing hard. And I know, like, the numbers don't necessarily say that, but, like, this Zerg army is not going to trade super well into the Terran, and you're losing so many bases that you're typically in need of keeping. Yeah, this is getting pretty messed up as the Broods come through. It's going to be seeing the drops down to a couple of these orbitals. Hellbats, Thors, Ghosts gathering about. Just going to commit through onto this, and away we go. I mean, we are going to wipe a bunch of this Terran army. Okay. Fight was good from Solar. That's what he needed. And he denies the base, but he's losing a base on the top of the map. Like, he's lost another base in the top. Like, this is just not sustainable, realistically. Just not sustainable. I mean, if Solo can rebuild off this, he's going to try and expand to the right side, but then his ByuN is going to expand to the left. I mean, that's not terrible for Solo, because obviously ByuN is my less off the... I think ByuN's still fine with it, though, to be honest. ByuN's only not remaxed because he's building gas-heavy units. He didn't have as much gas stacked up. Thors, the Ghost, continue to step through. Pushing for a few moments here. There's a lot of Broods that gathered up at the moment. Thanks, I shoot a few lings, getting picked away at. What's the resources lost? 57k to 41k. So definitely a bit of a turn back in Solo's favor. You guys need to tab out a second to snooze the ads. You know, at that sort of point, 30 minutes deep on this one. Couple of setting up. Thor still pushing through, scoring some trouble. Broods are stepping by. I've got some snipes coming off here. We do not have the, well, we do have the detection actually, but the Broodlords kind of on their own. The Infestor's a bit too far away. In turn, we fight. That helps us in the end. We get the Overseer. That removes the vision. No? Yes? Yeah, it did. I was going to say, the Broods turned around as though they still saw them, but they did not. A lot of snipes. ByuN, I mean, he's mining the same sides of the map as Solar is now, right? Like, he's mining the same amount of bases. This is, again, typically very good for you here. Well, drone was just long distancing for a few moments. And coming around, Medevac trying to come across again. A couple of corpses coming in, spores coming through. Just going to see the tank still firing. A couple of infestors being pushed around. Those Thors are going to keep shooting. We're going to see the Liberators are sieging up. The infestors trying to step through. Blinding Cloud and Fungals coming down. The Liberators getting caught here. Bunch of snipes coming into place. The Broodlord's taking a ton of damage. Hellbat's still trying to step forward. The Thor's gathering up as well. ByuN is losing this fight. I mean, ByuN has a lot of money behind this. Solar is big on the reproduction right now. We need to deal with these Lings and these Banes. The Ghosts have to step away from the Banes a little bit. A couple of tanks helping out massively. Do we have any snipes left over still? We've got a few Ghosts with energy. They need to get some snipes on these Broodlords. A couple of tanks going down. ByuN is sub 100 supply. He's now going to build another round of units. He starts up a bunch of Hellbats. think that's very useful in this current circumstance. It's a great mineral dump for him as well. Solar is drained of money, like I say. It's kind of coming down to the final fight, but I actually just think that eventually ByuN gets some reinforcements up, and I think it overwhelms, because Solar's just spamming lings. His army is not going to be as good as it was before. Medevac comes in, we get the Ghost, EMP, and the Infestors. That helps a lot. It gives the Ghosts a lot more freedom to step through, right? They know they can snipe a lot more comfortably here. There's one more Fungal. Came out, we snipe a couple of Hydras. That's massive. The lings can't justify pushing through because the Ghosts back away to a Planetary. A couple more snipes. Brood's going down again. Not going to see the lings going to make a dive. Like I say, fighting the Planetary does not feel fun right now. We kill a couple of Ghosts. Yeah, Solar just can't deal with them. ByuN just has money. Resources lost to 77 to 55k, and ByuN mined too much of the map. Hellbats are going to be amazing here. GG's to Solar. 32 minutes. ByuN takes game 1 of this BO3. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to BRB just one moment while we get game 2 set up, so I'll be right back with you. Game 2 starts on Title Citadel. Top left, our blue Terran is ByuN. And bottom right, our red Zerg is Solar. And set up into game 2. ByuN and Solar so often end up in these super long games. Remember the TLMC, when we didn't get to see their games because of the patch break in the replays? They played some super long ones then. It's just so typical between these two. ByuN, I think, knows he can't really break such a good defensive Solar. He's so quick and able to kind of get back in games. And then Solar can't really break a turtling ByuN, so they both kind of play towards that kind of later stage. Well, I'll set up here for a few moments. Reaper on the way through. Nothing wild just yet. Title Citadel. Seeing where we go. This one progresses. Thanks for joining us here today, guys, for the WardiTV Spring Championship. If you're enjoying, watch on the YouTube, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Helps us out a bunch. And as well, if you're enjoying the tournament and want to help support more in the future, do support the channel. You can obviously subscribe and prime sub and just all the things, really. But also, got to mention that Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. That's our foundation for this $5,000 event and all the other events we run in this 2026 series this year. Seeing a chance for this Reaper to move over. Just going to step in. A couple of drones getting caught. A couple of lings moving through. And triple CC from ByuN into an extra rack, so triple CC 2-on-1 seems to be the plan at the moment. Reaper gathers up, moves around. Gonna see the couple overlords chilling nearby. Link speed just producing through. So all laughing because ByuN tried to get a creep team and loses the Reaper. And we're on catching some strays along the process as well, apparently. Engineering bays, factory coming up. I'm going to say a lot of this priority initially is going to be on the stim pack and the bio setup. There's the engineering bay. We'll finish in the back, that link goes down. Couple things is going to jump onto these rocks, so we'll knock through this, do some damage, put some work in for a little while. And just take a little bit of time. So, attack, armor, upgrades coming through. Bring a lot of that into place. A few moments here. Get that set up. Just gonna have ourselves the couple of Medivacs loading up, so away they go. Just gonna be seeing the Marines and Medivacs all gathering around. Just gonna be seeing the melee and carapace upgrades coming through. Bait and speed coming up. Hydra down, the infestation pit coming through as well. 2 upgrades on the way, and again, combat shield coming up. Medevac Marines all coming through. The Widow Mines in production, so get going for a little bit. He's going to get over that. And he's pushing ByuN. Good opportunity. A few moments before Bane speed. Got a couple different drops going on. Ooh, sort of stopped a little short of the mark there. These units probably should have just committed through straight away. He's got control of this because the Queen's on the other side going to pick off those medevacs, and ByuN pretty much just has to retreat away. He got some value. He didn't quite get the breakthrough kind of move he was looking for. Marines, medevacs continue to gather around. Again, +1 missiles, +2 carapace coming up as well. And stepping through a couple of Widow Mines burrowing up. Just going to see those Marines continue to load up and pull back. That's the Marines on the bottom side coming through. Hydra Bane going to get that. Medevac's getting super low. Not quite dying though. We do lose this one though, so it's a nice catch. ByuN trying to run back in on that right side. And I think just going to nipple Depot taking damage. Look, then Hive continue to come through. Marines mines coming over. Again, upgrades coming through from Solar, +2 missiles and melee. Viper on the way as well, so his tack up has been pretty speedy this time. Cool, Bane's moving down. Widow Mine getting picked away at. So you're seeing his units pulling right back, trying to let the mines do some work. Looks like I can still step over. A few Banes actually going to get crashes onto the SCVs. I'm just going to be seeing the other Marines coming back through again, so again pushing back the other direction. And stepping through again, Hatchery just going to try and get position. Adrenal Glands coming up, Seismic Spines. All those local range coming through as well. He's going to run on the other side, so while ByuN is under major pressure, he's going to at least get a lot of drones. He's going to get the Baneling Nest. Does he have any way to defend this on this side? He's got a few units up into the main / natural, and he's just got so many units over here. Bane's crashing into Marauders is going to do ByuN some favors. Here's another Bane's showing up though, Solar forces the pick off. I mean, that pretty much just shuts down ByuN's aggression. And ByuN drops down a base over on this side. Hydra's still pushing through. Still coming over, still pushing through. Marine Marauder going to try and hold this out. I feel like the Hydra should just have enough in the grand scheme of things to get there. And that is going to be it. Solar takes game 2. We tie up 1 apiece. And we go to a game 3 of this series. Solar and ByuN going to go the distance. Is this on live or PTR? This is live. This is our main event, so yes, we're not changing to PTR for our big tournaments. Am I going to set the playoff bracket today? Yeah, I am. Because I need to message the players and make sure everyone knows what the dealio is and stuff, but Yeah, I guess we'll do the playoff bracket just after the games wrap after the games wrap up, but the schedule will go on a little bit later today, basically. Go ready gets cold. There's a set. Let's send this. It's Mothership. Buckle up, guys. We could be in for another 30-minute banger. Buckle up. Solo Geralt after this as well. Geralt trying to fight his way out of an 0-4 finish. Yeah, we'll draw the playoff bracket after this. In fact, I'll start. I don't even think it gets drawn because it's. I think everything is preemptively positioned. I'll set it up. We can start talking about it. We might be able to even start slotting players in because everyone is seeded in this playoff bracket. It's not like we have like a bunch. Like everyone is seeded from certain groups, so it should fall in a certain way. Like certain players can only play certain other players. So the playoff bracket will be set. So yeah. Solo ByuN. Game 3. In fact, I'll start setting that up in Wikipedia now, just to start this game. Because I would like this. I guess it's going to be a little complex. Overlord moving through. Like I say, Mothership, big map. Could definitely expect something very similar to what we saw in the previous round. So I think that is a pretty high possibility here to begin with. Is going to be my first thought about it. ByuN and Solar always having some fun with each other. Always having a good time. Let's just see the Rax, the Orbital, the Reaper coming through. Let's set up into this for a few moments. Get that on the go. And see what is taking place. Not much going on. A couple of Reapers though. It's going to be multi-Rax Reaper to start off with from ByuN here, so it's going to be able to apply a little bit more pressure from that. And it's going to be the plan initially. Have I tried to learn Korean? Oh, I tried to learn Korean a long time ago, but I didn't have the passion to keep up with it. Learning the language is obviously a big investment, big time investment and stuff. I can read certain words very lightly. I understand some very, very, very basic things. Not really enough to say I speak Korean at all. Just, yeah. Obviously, I understand a couple of things they say very regularly, and some of the symbols they use for certain, like laughing or sad, and like I say, I can read map names in Korean and stuff, but like, I cannot speak Korean. I do not know Korean. I can read the alphabet, is pretty much as far as it goes in a couple phrases, basically, so. Yeah, I kind of wish I'd stuck with it a bit, to be honest, but, alas. Alas. It's not meant to be. Reaper's coming down. It's getting set for a few moments here. Reaper's going to trade onto that hatchery for a few moments, and yeah, factory coming through, CC coming up, orbital command coming into place. Those Reapers are going to start jumping toward the high ground, so they're just going to start jumping up there straight away. A couple of Reapers going to keep fighting, a couple of drones going down. Still chasing, just going to get a grab there. Get a little bit more work done for a couple moments. That will be that for now. A lot of yapping between these guys, huh? ByuN and Solar really are very chatty players all the time they play. It's very very expected, I suppose. That's coming up, low on the way, a few drones coming through. Early game is not throwing really too spicy. The Reapers, there are some lings and some drones, and that's been about the story of it so far. Hey guys, if you want to see how the bracket's going to start playing out, it is on Liquipedia now, so you'll be able to start seeing where that is and how it looks, and how everything will kind of slot in from there. So yeah, the first few players are already set in the bracket on Wikipedia if you're interested about the playoffs. So yeah, you can check that out. Furians coming through, a couple lings. I'm going to get a catch just initially. A little bit of damage on that. The few Marines gathering up. 1-1 upgrades and the combat shield coming through as well. Aliens, Marines all stepping through. Just having this army heading across the map initially, and ByuN looking to put some pressure on. Hellions ball for Hellbats. The 1-1's about to be done. Bane speed not finished. I mean, scary timing, right? No Bane speed, no melee upgrades. On your way to the Spire. This could not really be a worse timing for Solar. There's a good amount of Banelings, and boy, does he need them. A few lings on the other side to distract ByuN as well. He starts to deal with that, tries to push on the other side. The first Queens are being the tanks at the moment, and it looks as though ByuN is not confident stepping onto creep. Doesn't know what moment the Baneling speed's going to finish, right? So I can respect the caution here as we pull this back. And he's gathered a few Queens stepping over. In a few seconds, just going to be seeing the medevac just about able to lift up and get away for a few moments, then getting away for now. Getting out of here at the moment. Just a little bit of a counterattack from Solar, trying to find some extra. Still only 4 Marines going down, pretty low effectiveness of kind of actually clearing things up on either side of the map so far. Just have the SCVs pulling back over, a couple of depots coming back into place. Mita's going to dive in. A few of those SCVs going down. A few Marines going to step over as well. He's come back through medevac. He's going to shoot 18 SCVs going down. I'm just going to be having this. I mean, it's been very effective. The mutas have been bringing their own. Just trying to find their way in again. Just going to be having, again, melee upgrades, carapace, +1 fly attack coming through. Bunch of mutas still finishing up. The Thor, the medevacs, the 2-2 upgrades, and the +1 vehicle weapons building as well. Sora sitting a little bit supply block, but man, these mutas have given him a lot of control in this game, putting him into a very good position thus far. I see the CC moving. Decide not to go for the forward base, but instead of the back base? No, he's going to go back to the forward base. Interesting. I mean, the forward base gives you a little bit more kind of momentum forward on the map, but that's going to be tough against the mutas anyway. To be fair, I actually think the right base maybe gives the mutas a bit more ping-pong effect, although it also is a bit more exposed to the sides. There's the Lings and the Banes coming back together. And Bane going to come through. Good smash in and gets rid of that Thor. Now the Mutas are going to come through. These Marines are stuck in the corner. I thought the Mutas could be a bit more aggressive toward the Medivacs, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. Solo is kind of swarming at the moment. Maybe, like I say, he's going to get the orbital, so that actually is absolutely fine then. I was a little bit worried that maybe the Mutas hitting the orbital wasn't that effective, but we killed the orbital. Can't complain at that. Like I say, I thought maybe if we step forward, maybe if we step forward, maybe we could have targeted down the Medivacs. They were retreating away. He's going to go onto the rocks. Let me just go back over the left side. He's back around the bottom. Again, 3-3 coming up. Extra Marines coming through. He's just going to sit here and chill. ByuN's going to start getting some momentum forward on the map. Obviously, still only on 3 bases. Important that Solo can clean up this army. If ByuN can't get to 4 bases, that's one thing, but you still need to be able to defeat this army, and that is the next challenge here for Solo. Good first run in, trades a little bit, rebuilds up the units, gets a few more Banes ready. And it's going over. That Overseer is going to get chased. Goes down. The Muta's living though. ByuN still on this big push. 119 army supply to get through. 28 more Banelings coming into play right now. It's gathering up. 3 SCVs go down. Ultra Capital from Solo going to help you in the long term. He doesn't want to go too big on the tech. But kind of like where we're at so far. Like I say, if we can get a couple Ultras out, helps a lot against this Marine heavy force. Forces ByuN to start building different things. Let's dive in again. Just a few more SCVs. It keeps ByuN back with a few units at the very least. Keeps that going. Triple Medivac going to try and drop around the left-hand side. Is going to get Siege Tank again, try and break down the defense to keep ByuN back. If you keep ByuN back, you're giving yourself more time to get set up, right? And ByuN is only just now starting to reestablish that 4th base, so that's really taking a long time to get back on track. Well, drops like this obviously feel less effective against the Mutas. You can dive toward the Medivacs like this, and we can get rid of a full set of units here. A couple of Banes onto the Marines would be nice, as now we're going to see ByuN stimming onto the creep. Still have enough Banelings here. Starts one Ultra, 18 more Banes. A bunch of the Marines actually getting more kills over there. Still having to use the Banes a little bit ineffectively. He will counterattack to try and force the Marines back the other way. Run in towards this orbital command. Marine's going to be caught. I like the Banes turn towards the Marines reinforcing. Let the Ling Muta do the harassing damage. We do lose a base of Stola, but I feel like he should get a lot of SCVs here. Let's see what he gets. The Muta's probably going to have to back away now. Gets a Widow Mine. Going to try and jump onto the Lings. Onto the Marines, sorry. And get some missile turrets to escape out of. He obviously leaves this area exposed for later. And those SCVs gathering up, and just trying to come back in to eat a Widow Mine shot though, which is always a bit painful. Like I say, if the Ultra's coming out, getting into better and better position. Ultra should be really good here, but is taking a bit more damage, still missing the +3/+3 upgrade, so needing that. We'll make these Ultras that little bit better. Again, Muta's coming through. This drop should be denied. ByuN is now making a major push up the right-hand side instead. GG gets called, and that is going to be Solar taking this series. I mean, this final game just felt as though Solar kind of dominated a little bit, right? Does Solar secure first place in the group? Yeah, of course he does, right? Because he's now 4-0. Well, no, actually, the map score skills is pretty good. If Solar loses to Geralt, skills could still get first place, so... Alright, let's go wrap this up, guys. Let's get into Solar Geralt to wrap us up today. Let's move on over to NA and, like I say, get this all concluded. Very entertaining game. Yeah. I actually enjoy it. Very fun game, very active, but felt as though we knew what was going on for a little while. Alright. Cool. Get these videos started, guys. Get this ready to go, go, go. Perfect. Get some videos started. Solar Geralt, wrap up this day of Spring Championship action. It's like I say, the bracket is... I'll show you guys the bracket while I get these videos done, but... the bracket is not something we need to draw this time. So basically, TLDR of this is that Max and Hero... So basically, Classic and Clem drop into upper bracket semis from first places. Max and Hero drop in on the opposite side of the bracket to the player they're in the group with. And then obviously... It's just a little bit of randomization. Basically, the Group A first place drops here, and that means the Group A third place goes here, and the Group A second place goes down here. And then it'll be first place, third place, first place, second place. So yeah, basically Group A players goes here. We could have randomized this part maybe, but yeah, the groups were kind of random in the first place anyway, so... That's how it drops in. It's not like you had a bunch of players, because everyone's seeded. Like, there's a bunch of players seeded, so you can only end up playing one guy or the other. And once one of the matches is set, all the other matches drop into playoff position as well. Alright, we are nearly there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos. One more video and a map pick, and we're going to get this hosted. We're going to get straight in, guys. It's been a long one. 5.5 hours. It's going to be 6 hours deep on the stream. Look at us doing real StarCraft hours. Yeah, it's going to be a busy week. Like I said, tomorrow Kung Fu Cup, and then over the weekend we have the playoffs of this tournament, and then going into next week we have a busy week as well. It's a lot of StarCraft. Next week we start off with WardiTV Mondays, some replays on Tuesday. I'm off on the Wednesday, but then Thursday through Sunday is the WardiTV Cup event. If you guys didn't see this, it's a $20,000 tournament with $20,000 tournament with this lineup of players. Are you guys ready for this? Fantasy, Innovation, Kelazur, TY, Oliveira, Coffee, XY, Impact, Sue, Scarlet, Dia, Cyan, Yeshi, Maxet, Neeb, and Trap. It is a different timeline that we are entering next week. So we'll be up early to cast those. We'll be up early to cast those as well. And yeah, that's going to be our weekend. It's going to be a full weekend. They start kind of early, but we'll fight through the early beginnings. Coolio. Alright. Go, 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 go is being called by Solar. Alright, perfect. Countdown is on. Okay, so Sola's 4-0 plus 6 map score, which means that if he wins, he's guaranteed first. But if he loses, Skillers has a better map score than Sola. So, yeah, actually, Skillers could get first place if Sola loses to Geralt. But obviously, if that's not necessarily always super likely to happen. Unfortunately for ByuN, he is always going to be third place, which means he is going to have a first round matchup against Hero, actually. So that's another little gap we can fill in on the bracket. So, yeah, good luck, have fun, Capital, have fun from Sola. As we throw this one out, I guess, yeah, I'll fill in the ByuN part of the bracket as well, because he will absolutely be playing against Hero in the first round. That is decided, because he cannot finish better than third in this group. And that means that we'll be able to update this bracket super quickly when we get this final result of this match. Like I say, Sola wins, he gets first place. Sola loses, he gets second place. First place means he plays Zaun in the first round. Second place means he plays Kira in the first round. I actually don't know if there's a third director. I mean, everyone's good at the end of the day. Everyone's good. So, we'll see. Geralt fighting for some honor. Unfortunately, like I say, rough that this was the last match and he was already 0-4. But unfortunately, that's just how it is. I love Sola so much. Sola just Sola brings the vibes, man. Sola brings the vibes. Cybercore, Nexus coming through, probe on the way, couple queens, the drone and everything. Coming online, we get ourselves settled for a little bit here. Get up and running and see what's going to take place. Single lane gonna start chasing. Is this Central West Central? Yes. Geralt got server preference for this one. As the Stargate starts up, let me bring that into place and get that going. Stalker gonna poke. Overlord take some damage. Queen just gonna fight. Go back the other way. Queen gonna chase. Adept take some damage. He's gonna be having that Oracle on the Wolf Gate coming through. Link speed building. Gonna take a couple moments to get everything established here on this one. So getting some fun going, getting started out. Just gonna shoot a couple of lings, gonna get chased for a few moments, just gonna push that way. Again, Twilight Council building, next on the way through. Twilight Council, a couple gates, everything coming online. Again, a few extra drones and the Queen coming into place. That Spore Crawler building as well. Bring that up for a few moments. Oracle dives through. Queen gonna be there. Oracle gonna take a few shots. Some damage being dealt already. Resonating Glaze coming up as well, so that's going to be Geralt's opening plan. Just going to get that started here initially. Gonna be able to see the queens get that oracle. Thanks, Sola. Oh, brutal. Brutal. And just have the extra devs warping in. A few probes and that resonating glaive still coming through as well here. I think he's going to get through some of those probes getting caught. Just going to be seeing the dev's going to go for the shade. Ninework is going down the other side. The counterattack's already very, very good. Queen's going to jump onto those adepts. And the resonating glaive's putting some work in. Queen's taking some big damage. I mean, how many drones do I end up losing here? These adepts do not commit to the shade, so we are going to be free in the main base. Drones pulling away from the third. Drones in the natural having to run as well. I mean, Solo did a good job getting some worker kills initially, but does not really have the units he needs to deal with this. Just trying to throw a spore up to try and block the entrance and exit, but not working super well. The adepts on the third now going to get some damage done. The Feelings are not going to do anything. 11 more roaches about to be done, but man, Solo was desperate for these. He's finally going to get them up. He has definitely needed them. Depth move over roach coming through. Oracle activates, a few drones going down. Queen step over, just gonna see the Oracle take some damage. Because Debs is gonna be caught off already. Again, Spy coming through, the extra drones coming about, next in the gateways continue to come into play. Just gonna see where the dev's gonna fire, a couple of lings coming through. Oh, a few more moments. We have ourselves the Dark Shrine building from Gal as a follow-up to this. Kind of a wild opening. Now Solo's gonna go into the Spire, which we're gonna have Blink to utilize again, so one thing we can look at. Took a step over. And the Oracle on the bottom side just dropping a Revelation down. Nothing too wild about it. Again, the Dark Shrine is on its way. The Mutas are on their way as well, so the next stage of this game is on the way through. Obviously, DTs will allow you to morph some Archons, so your main army can become a little bit easier to handle. You know, get those Archons up, some splash damage in the skies against the Mutas is generally going to be seen as a good thing here. There's a couple Queens, put some good damage out. The Oracle taking some hits, getting pushed away. What's up, Fnatic SCT? Thank you so much for the 67-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you for subbing up. Much appreciated. And keep it going, guys. Keep the subs rolling. Like I say, big few weeks of streaming coming up. Let's get it going. Oh, so we've seen the Roach Ravager Ling gathering back through once again. D gonna swipe through a couple of workers. Few workers on either side. I mean, obviously DT's showing up. The Phoenix out gonna try and help against those mutas. The DT will get cleaned up as well. Pretty minimal damage from both sides of the harassment so far. Flames, Roaches, Ravagers coming across. Just going to be seeing a couple of Phoenix and the Stalker going to be there. Travis moving the oracles. Gonna get caught. I mean, Mita's catching oracles is really nice. Removing that information gathering from the game is typically going to be a very good thing. Travis going to come moving through. Feastalker's going to be here. Going to be seeing the army going to go running through, just going to be having the Banes here to help. Stasis catches a few lings as the Banes are still slow, by the way. No Bane speed just yet. And let's move back a couple seconds. Those few Banes maybe ready to come in from a different angle. Could be nice. A few Zealots. Seen gonna start running after them. The Stalkers getting caught in the front there, away from that choke point as well. Not ideal. Force Field gonna save the day. The Banes are chasing them probes, which they can blast through the Stalker as well. I actually think that would have been worth it. They stopped for a second to turn. If they didn't turn, I wonder what would have happened. Oh, the drones pull in to save the Spore Crawler. Or do they know 1DT's on the Spore? Oh my goodness, thought Solo was about to make a big save. I mean, hey, it bought some time though, right? If that smoke goes faster, maybe the hatchery's already dead. Now this hatchery is actually going to be saved, it seems. So Solo gets a good defense on the other side. Wow, the drones are actually a little bit of the MVP right there. The Zealots trying to hold the wall, but there are Hydras popping on the other side, so they're going to be able to clean up no problem. Man, that was a that was a kind of wild sequence of events from the Banes that didn't quite connect through to everything else. Bane, Roach Hider, Ravager continue to come over. Well, another big run through. We are going to see the bottom right base on the screen right now is one that seems to be in trouble. Again, the main army zoned out from it. The Banes come crashing through. They do get some of the Zealots that were just warping in. Some Storm's going to come to the aid right there. The Storm coming down. The Ling's still trying to break through. Solar supply is still very good, and I just don't think Geralt's really getting enough out of his army. The Archon that just morphed in is already dead. We can probably, yeah, I was going to say, probably pull back down over here. If the Zealots are not the Lings are not winning the fight over here, let's actually go finish off this base and just guarantee Geralt doesn't keep this position, because then you're forcing the Stalkers to fight back into you. We blink into this position. Don't love blinking into Hydra Ravager. That's just asking for damage to be done right. As Geralt's gonna lose his fourth, Solo might just step back a second, reinforce, regroup, and just go again. I feel like that might be the next plan. Ravager just going to push through. A few Stalkers on the other side. I mean, we're going to try and get this base now. The Stalkers have to push back up to defend the third. Do we have anything useful? A couple of High Templar in the back trying to gather the energy for some Storms. Corrosive Bars forcing the Stalkers to blink away on the bottom as well. Zealots on the other side, but it's not comparing to the 39 workers killed that we see. This base still alive. Looks like it'll be kept alive a teeny bit longer as well. Hydra Roach Ravager continuing through. Solar takes game number 1 of this best of 3 on Tourmaline. Yo, Mandrake 8000, thank you for the 33-month resub. Appreciate you on the tier 2 as well, going above and beyond. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. As we get ready for game 2 in just a few moments, guys. Sending this in just a little bit. Get this ready to go. Second map, Celestial Enclave. Let's send it. I feel like Solo's going to cheese here. Got a vibe. Just got a vibe. Let's see if my vibe is going to pass the test. Solo and Geralt join us. Races are set, and we should be ready to straight up into this. Send it. Alright, let's head into Celestial Enclave, guys. In the top right, up 1-0. Our orange Zerg is Solar. Bottom left, our red Protoss is Geralt. 2 this best of 3. Let's see what we get. I don't know what I was really expecting from Solar, but I don't know. I just felt like he didn't want to play a long game on Celestial. I guess we shall see. Probe coming through, hatching a couple of drones coming about, probe on the way. We'll just have ourselves the Nexus building here as well, so we bring that straight up and get this on the go and get this started for the moment. Probe gonna nibble at a few of these workers. We take a little bit of time. Get that set up. Let's see that Cyvic and a couple of probes on the way through. That link speed coming up as well. Solar asks Geralt some info on the build. Is going to just go chase after the probe. Probe is going to take some damage. Nexus probe, sentry in the warp gate all coming through. That link speed over halfway done. Drones the Overlord coming about for now. Geralt's just throwing out all the stops, man. He's just going to be going double forge now as well. I'm fascinated as to what the heck we're trying to do here. Twilight Council, 1-1 armor upgrades, and attack just continue to come through as well. Continue to bring that into play at the moment. So just bring that through and get the upgrades coming around. Just going to be seeing the Overlord into the main. A couple sentries going to head up as well. So he's going to nibble, Overlord will go down, again blink, the attack upgrade, continue to come through, the armor upgrade coming up as well, continue to bring that into play at the moment. You can see the layer on the drone still producing through also. So, claims fun. Hallucination going to take some damage as well, so a few shots coming about. That's going to be seeing the missile upgrade coming about. Get settled in for a few moments. Let's get feelings gather again, plus some missiles, the roach speed, hydrogen infestation. I was so wrong. I was not right at all about where this game was going, as we do have Stalkers in the center. He's going to nibble through the rocks here for a few moments, so bringing that about, getting that set up into place. And just trying to see what we can do. The couple of units of Stalkers and the sentries will gather. Straight into more upgrades from Geralt. Going to be his priority into the storm. Solar just says, I'm going to go and match you kind of step by step so far, so that's going to be his plan at the moment. This comes down, again, a couple more pylons and so coming into place. There's our missile parade, the spies, that roach speed coming up, a few more hydras coming into play, the lurker den, the evo chamber coming up as well. Actually continues to build. Still got the storm coming up, charging the 2-2 upgrades coming into play right now. Stalker's going to settle for a few moments, so just sit back for a little while. Got the Stalkers up in the main base for some harassment. Like I say, we're kind of accelerating the late game. I really could not have been more wrong. Stalker's going to recall. T2 upgrades, charge about to be done. Like I say, the upgrades obviously came super quickly and early, and they've been continuing through for a good while now. Two missiles plus one melee. Continue to come about. Just going to be seeing that look, then the hydras all continuing through. Because they're setting up a bit of a siege. I mean, Solar. I don't even really know what to make of this game. As passive as it gets. Let's see, had a bit of harass, killed a few units here and there. Like I say, Solar's already setting up the lurk, and so we'll see how this continues. We'll see what sort of positions he can put them in. Geralt's difference is going to be trying to get out to some of these other bases. It's maybe going to be tough. This is kind of nice, right? Because he's low and siege from the low ground. The storm does push you back, though. So that's where Solar's already going to come to a rough stop. Like I said, I think the setup right now from Geralt is fine, but it's going to be interesting to see how he gets to the 5th base, especially when Solar's been so untouched this game. The creep threat is already kind of everywhere to start us off. So just trying to come in from all angles. 89 drones, good economy. Again, Adaptive Talons, +2 missiles still coming through. That Adrenal Gland's coming up. Again, the +2 melee coming by. Wing Hydra, the Lurker's coming through. The Lurker's going to get sieged. Burrowed, and High Temple having to step over to the sides. We turn back toward the ramp. Zealots on the other side. Again, a couple of drones. The Hydra's going to be here. These Zealots keep dropping. More Hydra's coming through, Adrenal Glands coming up, +2 melee upgrade coming around. Again, Spire's about to finish, couple of Immortals on the way, 3 upgrades. Continue to produce by as well. Immortal Stargate still building, these Stalkers stepping forward, the Lurkers getting cancelled. still think the biggest issue that Geralt's going to have is truly going to be the fact that just a 5th base. It's not unreachable, but Solo's kept good control of the map. That creep spread out the front was obviously very powerful for him as well. Now it's receding, so it's going to be less good. He's about to take a commitment to the bottom left side. You see that Hydra's lunging as actually Geralt gets a chance to blink on top of some of them. Solo going to figure out how to engage through the bottom now instead. Well, I mean, obviously Geralt pulled a little bit more over to the left-hand side, so maybe this right side entry point can be broken into. Uh-oh, Solo might get kind of wrapped around on these units. Need to be careful. If Geralt's coming in from the top, can we actually fight this position? Solo's got a few more units coming in from the top. The Stalker just blinked into Lurkers. That's a horrible position. Now Lurkers from the top side that we saw before somehow still not get cleaned up, and they go and do a bunch of damage, and now these Hydras are still chasing. We do have Storms available. Hydras need to decide if they want to commit or not. I'm kind of more in the camp of not committing, because I think if you commit, you're probably going to lose a bunch of the Hydras on their own. The strength is going to come with the support of these Lurkers. Now we're recalling to this high ground to reposition ourselves here to try and deal with this. Lurkers doing what they can from below. I think it's probably just time that Solo just repositions again. Because now can he just run up this left-hand side ramp? There's one High Templar here with some energy. Maybe a second has a Storm very soon. There's that first Storm going to zone quite nicely. Stop you getting up the ramp at least. Lurkers just going to drop the burrow. We're going to lunge forward. There is, again, like one High Templar with a Storm available. A couple of High Templar going down. It looks as though Solo's breaking into this position on the left-hand side. So breaking through this, pushing in. This is not looking great right now for Geralt. It is looking as though his situation in this group is only getting worse. Another Storm coming by. The Hydras, the Lings, and the Lurkers still pushing through. Storm, Storm, Storm. Hydras pushing about. A few more probes going down. Another Storm coming down as well. The Lings helping these Immortals. I was going to say we're starting to put some work in, but the Lurkers just chunked through a bunch of them all at once. A couple more Lings showing up just to try and tank. Solo still reinforcing this. We chased down the last High Templar there as well. Every Immortal fell. A bunch of Lurkers still alive, and Solo is making it happen. Looks as though he is indeed getting the job done on this one. I'm just going to fight. I'm just going to be seeing this Nexus taking a bunch of damage. And just Lurkers going to break through it. It is looking as though that is going to be that. I think we're going to have ourselves a wrapped up situation, honestly. In the very near future. Hydra's going to dart forward again. A couple of these Zelds are going to get caught. Hydras are still going to step through. A couple of High Templars are going to go down. It was fun and GG. Solo takes it 2-0. Rounds out this group. 5-0. Kind of dominant from Solo. Are we surprised? I think Solo's arguably the best player across these groups that we had. He nearly lost to Skillus. I mean, that's kind of a wild one. GG's. That was a wild one we had the other day. The Solo Skillus games were actually very fun. GG's. And with that, guys, the playoff bracket is set. Let's have a look at what's coming up over the next few days. So, yeah, we will start these matches off on Thursday. I'm not sure what the schedule is going to be. I'm going to have to figure this out because I'm pretty sure Skillus can't play live. So we'll have to pre-play his match versus Cure, which might change what else we do. I would imagine on Thursday we'll probably try and do match 1, 2, 3, 4 or something like this. We might just do 1, 2, 3, 4 in the lower bracket as well. It's also possible. And get this pre-played, but then it'd be really good to have this pre-played so we could pre-play the next one if we need to. So probably going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 or something to that effect, guys. Is probably the plan. And then on Friday we'll probably do 4 up here on already, and there's 6. How many is there? 6. Then we do 2, 3, 4. Probably 5 on Saturday, on Friday. Into Saturday and Sunday we'll start to work through the rest. Awesome. Appreciate you guys tuning in and watching. Hope you enjoyed. Spring Championship comes to a conclusion over this weekend with the playoffs. $5,000 on the line. We'll see who takes it home. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. So tomorrow's Kung Fu Cup, and then like I say, we're back on Thursday with the playoffs. So look forward to that. Appreciate you all. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to say. I don't think there is. I think we're good. Hit the follow button, hit the like, subscribe button. Support the channel. We appreciate it if you do. Some ads on the outro, guys. Once the ads are done, I'll host somebody up on Twitch. We'll be going offline on YouTube. There'll be a YouTube upload going live in like 10 minutes as well. I'm just going to quickly make a thumbnail for it. I actually made the thumbnail and I messed it up, so I have to remake it. So, so I'll be doing that. All right. Appreciate you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.